I will now call this meeting to order. Good evening and welcome to the City of Hollister October 24th Planning Commission meeting. May I have the verification of agenda posting, please?
Good evening. The agenda was posted on October 18th, 2019 at 4:25 p.m.
Thank you, Brian. Commissioner Henderson, will you lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. Roll call, please.
Chairperson Huboy.
Here.
Commissioner Stevens.
Here.
Commissioner Munzer.
Here.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Commissioner Henderson.
Here.
First item of business is the minutes dated September 12th, 2019 and September 26th, 2019. Do I have a motion for approval of minutes? I'll have a chance to review the minutes.
So moved.
I'll make the motions to approve the minute. Does there need to be two separate motions for each meeting? It can be done as one. Okay. I'll make the motion to.
Well, I believe Commissioner Henderson made the motion. Is that correct?
I didn't hear him. I'm
I
sorry.
just said so moved, yeah.
So moved. Okay, you said. You want a second?
I will second it then.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The minutes of September 12th and September 26th have been approved. We go to communications from the public on items not listed on the agenda. Are there any speaker cards, Brian?
No.
Okay, without any speaker cards, we go, I had a request to move item number 5 up on the order to be the first item.
Mr. Chair, if I may, as we were talking among staff right now, there are, above and beyond item number 5, there are 3 items, items number 3, 6, and 7 on your agenda that are being requested for continuance. In case there are members of the public for each of those items, we would respectfully ask that see if we can move items 3, 6, and 7. Our request is going to be for the Planning Commission to open up the public hearing and then continue it to a date certain of November 21st. So each individually. So if we may, can we request to move items 3, 6, and 7 for that reason, and then start with item number 5?
Do those requests have to be made individually, or can they be made cumulative?
It can be one motion of a consensus if it's up to the council, if it's up to the commission,
Okay.
as discussed with the city attorney.
What's the consensus of the commission to make a motion that we move item 3, 6, and 7?
Correct. 3, 6, and
3,
7.
6, and 7, open
And-
the public hearing, continue it to the next planning commission meeting?
We will hear them though individually, one by one.
You want a vote or a motion?
A consensus.
Just a consensus?
I'm-
Are there any objections to
It's okay.
continuing these items to the next planning commission meeting?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. First, the consensus we'd be seeking is a consensus to move items 3, 6, and 7 to hear them first on the agenda.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
And then presumably, you'll be opening them, having a public hearing, and continuing them if that's what the commission chooses.
Okay.
But initially, simply to move 3, 6, and 7 to the first items.
Okay, so
Thank
the
you, Jason.
first item of business is to move items 3, 6, and 7 to the beginning of on the agenda.
Correct. And then start with number 5 after that.
Okay. And then we'll go into number 5 will be subsequent to the 3, 6, and 7. And regarding 3, 6, and 7, we need a motion, Jason, to open the public hearing to that.
Mr. Chairman, you can adjust the agenda that way unless there's an objection from one of the members, in which case I'd ask for a motion.
Okay. Okay, I believe it's consensus of the commission to go ahead and move 3, 6, and 7 to the beginning of the agenda, and I will need a motion to open public hearing and continue it to the next regular planning commission meeting. Do I have a motion?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if you've moved it to the front, I would just ask that you call item number 3.
Oh, do it individually?
Yes, do
Okay.
them individually.
Okay, item number 3, I need a motion for item number 3. Carrie? Yes.
Yes,
On
I'll make a
item number 3.
motion to move the minor subdivision 2019-5 to the November 21st, 2019 Planning Commission meeting.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that you open the hearing.
Oh,
public
open
on that
public
matter
hearing?
first.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
okay. So we'll open the public hearing now at 9 minutes after 6. Any speaker cards on item number 3?
No.
So we will continue that until November, what is it?
First.
21st.
Okay.
21st.
Okay, that will bring us to now, so we have opened the public hearing for item number 3.
The public hearing is open. I'd ask that you keep the public hearing open
Mhm.
and then move to continue the item to a date certain, November 21st, 2019.
Oh, so we need a motion to
Yes, please.
continue that. Okay, I entertain a motion to continue this item number 3 to November 22nd, 21st, 21st. The public hearing is open.
So I'll make the motion to
need a motion.
continue it. And are we continuing all 3 items at this, with one
Individually.
motion?
I'd ask you to do them individually.
Individually,
please.
okay, so I'll make a motion to continue item number 3 until November 21st
First.
meeting of the Planning Commission,
And keep the public hearing open.
and leave the public hearing open.
Okay, do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item number 3 has been continued to November 21st, and the public hearing will remain open until that time. Now we entertain a motion regarding item number 6 to continue this.
You have to open the hearing.
Let's open the
Oh,
public
open the hearing,
first,
open the
please.
public hearing
Yes.
on item number 6. Have a motion on that, Seth?
You can just
Oh.
open it.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing then at 11 after 6. Now we need a motion to continue this item.
Is there any speaker cards?
Only speaker cards.
None.
Okay. Now a motion to continue the item.
I'll make the motion to continue site and architectural review number 2019-16 for the November 21st meeting with the public hearing to remain open.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This item will be continued to November 21st. Now I will open the public hearing for item number 6 at
Number 7.
number 7. I'll get this right yet. At 11 minutes after 6. Any speaker cards on item number 7?
No.
I entertain a motion to continue the item. I open the public hearing.
I'll make the motion to continue item number 7 to the November 21st meeting, which is the conditional use permit number 2019-7, and to continue with the public hearing to remain open.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll
Second.
second.
Roxanne got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Roxanne seconded. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item number 7 will be continued to November 21st at the next regular Planning Commission meeting. So now we go to item number 5.
And Chair Commissioner Huboy, item number 5, I will have to recuse myself, in which I'm related to one of the property members or property owners on this item. So I'm going to recuse myself at this time.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome, Seth. Thank you. Okay, item number 5, Chapel Road Master Plan and Study Area, City of Hollister. The City of Hollister is currently preparing a master plan study area consistent with the 2005 to 2023 City of Hollister General Plan for the area located along State Route 25, the Hollister Bypass, Santa Ana Road to the south, North Chapel Road to the west, and the Highway 25 to the east and north. Approval of the master plan does not require any of the existing land uses to change. However, pending approval of the master plan and further development within the master plan study area shall subsequently conform to the approved master plan. The project site consists of 13 contiguous parcels totaling 117.72 acres, of which 17.43 acres are designated North Gateway for commercial land uses, and 100.29 acres are designated low-density residential in the City of Hollister General Plan. The properties are further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcel Number 019-170-083, 019-170-084, 019-330-005, 019-330-011, and 019-350-006, 019-350-008, 019-350-009, 019-350-010, 019-350-011, 019-350-012, 019-350-013, and 019-350-014, CEQA Environmental Impact Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Members of the Planning Commission, good evening. Staff is requesting review and comments on the draft Chapel Road Master Plan Study Area, which, as you mentioned, consists of 13 different separate parcels and an area of approximately 117.72 acres. 17.43 of those acres are designated or pre-zoned for North Gateway commercial, and those are identified in Parcel A and Parcel B1 of the map that was also included as an attachment to your staff report, but it's presented in the screen. And 100.29 acres are designated as low-density residential, and those are depicted by lots B2 through I, and numbers 1, 2, and 3 on the map in your screen. As you indicated on the introduction, Mr. Chair, the project site is located along Highway 25 bypass from the intersection of San Felipe Road all along to the intersection of Santa Ana Road, and then to the west where it crosses with Chapel Road, and then up to the north all the way to Pacific Way, and then back to the west. Little bit of history. On August 6, 2018, a little bit over a year ago, the City Council of the City of Hollister adopted the pre-zone for the entire 13 parcels with ordinance number 1157 through ordinance 1168. At its previous meeting on June 18, 2018, the City Council adopted or certified an environmental impact report for the entire 117-acre site and adopted a series of mitigation measures on the environmental impact report. One of the mitigation measures, as indicated in the screen, 3.1.3, indicated, and that was essentially the very first mitigation measure in the environmental impact report, indicated that upon approval of the environmental impact report, no approvals or no entitlements could be given on any of the 13 parcels, any of the 117 acres, until a master development plan was reviewed and approved by the City of Hollister. And so at this time, the property has been pre-zoned, but in order for any property owner to move forward with any type of entitlement, whether it be land development or subdivision, a master plan shall be first reviewed and approved by the City of Hollister. A master plan is a dynamic long-term planning document that provides a conceptual layout to guide future growth and development. of the area plan. So as mentioned, although all 13 parcels have been pre-zoned, essentially have been designated a land use designation for the parcel, not all 13 parcels at this point have yet been annexed. As a matter of fact, the city council decided to pre-zone the entire site, but and the local agency formation commission, LAFCO, who essentially annexes property from the county into the city, decided to take each parcel in a case-by-case basis. And so essentially at this point, only the parcels identified with the star next to them have been actually annexed by the local agency formation commission. And so at this point, parcel identified as number 1, 2, and 3, they're the first ones that came in before the local agency formation commission, and LAFCO annexed them. And as part of that annexation, LAFCO indicated that C and D as well, with the stars, with the yellow infill within the stars, because of those parcels being in between the other 3, they should also automatically come in. So 1, 2, 3, C, and D have come into the city of Hollister, and then separately, parcel A, the parcel that is designated as a north gateway for future commercial uses, they came in as well through LAFCO, and LAFCO approved them. Staff thought that maybe for the same logic as LAFCO approving C and D, that LAFCO was also going to approve B1 and B2, but in that case, LAFCO's determination was just to bring in parcel A. All the other parcels at this point, they will separately be able to apply to LAFCO for annexation at that time. Approval of the master plan does not require, so approval of the master plan overall, and we'll be presenting the master plan in just a little bit, does not require the property within the master plan to change automatically. They can remain status quo. As a matter of fact, a lot of the acres within the area, within the 117-acre site, are vacant or are currently in ag production. They can remain in ag production. However, in the future, if they decide to annex and apply for entitlements for development, then they would have to abide to the master plan that was approved, or that we're currently reviewing pending approval of it. They would have to abide by that. But they can remain status quo, if they want to continue with their ag production, or some of these parcels are vacant at the time, they can remain with that as well. A little bit more history before we go into the master plan. In May of 2019, the city of Hollister contracted with an agency by the name of Kimley Horn Planning and Design Engineering Consultants. What we did was we reached out to Kimley Horn, and we received a scope of work. We received a timeline and a cost for the preparation of a master master development plan. And we received the scope of work, timeline, and cost. Staff reviewed it, and then we agreed to it. We sent out the cost to the applicants. The applicants paid. As soon as we received payment from the applicants, then we essentially allowed Kimley Horn to start preparation of the master plan. This was back in May. In September of this year, we had a draft master plan, and we sat down with various property owners within the master plan area, and also sent out a request to meet with all the different property owners within the master plan area, and then also sent out notifications both in English and in Spanish to property owners within a 300-foot radius within the area, seeking comments and asking them if they would like to come in and meet with staff to discuss the draft proposal. Staff did meet with various representatives of the master plan area and its surroundings. Separately also met with various property owners, and then separately also met with the Hollister School District as well. During the environmental impact report process, we did receive a comment from the Hollister School District, the facilities director, basically indicating that the city of Hollister should contemplate the potential of a school site within the master plan area. And so therefore, when we received the draft plans, we sat down with the superintendent of schools to discuss the plan, the layout, the draft, essentially to receive comments. And what the comments that we received from the school district, from the superintendent of schools, was that currently the superintendent and the school district is working on a new school off of the Santana Ranch development east of Fairview Road. And so their focus is that school right now and all of the existing schools. And so they indicated that although the comment from the facilities director of potentially planning a new school within this area was received back during the pre-zoning process, at this time, within their long-range terms, they were not interested in seeking further approval of a potential school site within that area. Furthermore, if that was the case, if they did want to pursue another school site, then they would take the initiative of meeting with the property owners, trying to work that out, and then meeting with the City of Hollister to be able to seek a school site. So in our meetings with the school district back in September, essentially we removed the potential for adding a potential school site within that master plan area. So once we got all the comments from everybody who we talked to and we met with, we sent those comments over to Kimley Horn, and we had that map revised per the comments as well. And I should mention that the representative of Kimley Horn is here, who worked on the draft master plan, and he will be presenting that to us in just a little bit. But we finally got a end product, and we will put it before you right now to discuss and receive comments on. The representative of Kimley Horn is Mr. Sandy Vance, Senior Manager of Kimley Horn. As a Senior Manager in Kimley Horn's office and with over 35 years of experience, Mr. Vance has managed all aspects of project development, from initial site feasibility analysis and conceptual design through design development, specific plan entitlement, and site layout to final jurisdictional approvals. His areas of expertise include residential projects of all types and densities, retail commercial office, mixed use, campus design and development, light industrial, resort recreational, streetscape, open space, and park planning. 35 years of involvement in just about every conceivable kind of land design have taken Mr. Vance from California to the Pacific Northwest, from New England to Florida, and from Texas to Arizona. More recently, land planning and landscape architecture has taken Mr. Vance overseas to South Korea, Ghana, West Africa, Lumbini, Nepal, and Russia. Mr. Sandy Vance has a master's degree in land planning and landscape architecture from the California State Polytechnic University, Pomona, a bachelor's degree from with political science, Stanford University, and he is a registered landscape architect. With this, we present to you Mr. Sandy Vance of Kimley Horn.
Thank you, Abraham.
Thank you, Mr. Prado. And thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. You might have noticed that Mr. Prado did say that my background is a master's degree in land planning and landscape architecture. Land planning and master planning is probably 80% of what I do, and about 20% of what I do is more identified as landscape architecture. But open spaces and amenity programs and things like that are also very much a part of the plans that I put together, and that goes along with some of the goals and visions that the general plan indicates for the Chapel Road effort. I would basically say that we were asked by the city and retained by the city to craft a master plan that carries out the intent of the general plan, and that it was to be a sketch plan, a conceptual sketch plan, not a final intended tentative map or final layout, but a sketch plan that would convey what the general plan is trying to achieve with the Chapel Road area. We can move on to the goals and objectives. Those photos that you see on our cover sheet basically show the views across the agricultural area to the mountains to the east. That one home there is a home at the end of Maple Road, or Maple Street. And then you have the new multifamily development that is just opened not too long ago along Chapel Road. We can move on to the next one. Before you start a plan, the first thing you have to do is to basically identify the goals and objectives of what you're trying to accomplish. North Gateway, obviously, is exactly what it implies. It's a front door to the city of Hollister coming from the north, and it's a very important part of Hollister. It's what you first see when you come into the city. So our idea was, in the spirit of the general plan, to look at both residential and commercial areas with particular attention to some of the key commercial development regulations that were shown in the general plan. And one of the, I am going to run through some of the commercial concepts that were indicated in the general plan before we move on to some of the residential ones. Section 17.08.040 talks about structures shall be sited along street frontages of sites with parking in the rear or in limited circumstances to the side. Also, functional use of open space shall be developed in favor of placement of landscaping in unusual areas or passive landscape area. Open spaces clustered into larger landscape areas rather than equally distributed into areas of low impact, such as building peripheries, building behind or landscaping behind structures or in other areas that don't have much public view and don't have the impact that a larger landscape area might have. Separate vehicular and pedestrian circulation systems would be a high priority as designated by the general plan for that's including parking lot design. Move on to the next one. So the second goal or objective we had was to plan for a land area and alignment required to have a construction of a Pacific Way overpass. That was one of the criteria that was given to us by the city. The city basically laid out certain things that were the parameters around which you're going to see the plans that we finally came up with. One was assuming a Pacific Way overpass over the bypass 25. Secondly, to create a significant pedestrian-oriented greenway along Highway 25 bypass. All of you know what it looks like when you drive down portions of the bypass where there are the giant walls on either side of the road. The idea was to turn away from that as a concept and not backing homes up to Highway 25 because it is an entry and a front door to Hollister, but rather to create a significant green belt along there so that it's an opening to Hollister and not just a small strip of green area that has maybe a small walkway along the bypass, but rather a significant greenway that really states that Hollister is a special place and this is all part of this the city that is welcoming people from the north. Also, and one of the ideas that we had with regard to the Highway 25 bypass is to create a true promenade or a promenade, a link that would take the pedestrian from park to park and from commercial area to residential areas so that you had a connectivity and a connection between pedestrians and bicycles as well as automobiles so that it functions so that everybody could have access to this greenway. Now, as an activity area, we're going to show some images that will have green parks that are shown, but some of the possible uses within some of these green areas could be things like sitting areas, passive areas, gardens. A dog park is a possibility, tot lots, a limited size sport court such as pickleball, basketball, etc., workout equipment, and also landscape art and landscape outdoor type amenities of that sort. So the idea was to create a wall-free buffer for low-density housing along Highway 25 bypass. And the idea of considering a low potential see-through rail fence to provide a sense of separation from Highway 25 was something that we also considered, rather than just an immediate transition onto the highway. We also saw this whole concept that we're asked to put together by the city as an aesthetic foreground and an opportunity, a preserve, so that you had a view across the agricultural fields to the distant mountains rather than backing up to a giant wall. And some of the photos that you saw in the cover shot earlier gives you some idea of what it looks like when you're standing on Chapel Road and looking across the current agricultural fields, the ones across the bypass and onto the distant mountains. And it's quite spectacular. Also, the idea of an aesthetic foreground to preserve these open views, but at the same time also have activity areas that people could use, and not just, as I say, small, narrow walkways that convey somebody from one place to the other. And then finally, to fulfill the open space park goal of 5 acres per 1,000 new residents, making some general estimates for the number of units that might occur in the residential portions of the project site. And again, I mentioned earlier, probably one of the most important goals that we had was to really create a welcome mat for visitors coming into the north gateway of Hollister. One of the things that we decided was also important was, one of the things we also decided was important was to take into account the existing submitted plans and tentative maps that came before us, to try to work with them to the extent possible, and to try to maximize some of the goals and objectives that the private developers had with the site, and to try to create some sort of a win-win situation where the city's general plan was carried out, but at the same time, the private developers could achieve their goals and objectives as well. A lot of my background is working for private developers, and so part of the time as we went through this exercise, I had to put on my private developer hat and put on my city hat, because it has to be a win-win type situation. It has to be a residential community that works for the development community, but also one that works for the city and creates that gateway that the city is looking for. One of the other criteria that was presented to us by staff before we began was to face homes onto the greenway element to the extent possible, so that there were views again across the greenway and onto the distant mountains rather than backing up to walls. We also wanted to make logical connections to surrounding streets. We wanted a connective project, both from a vehicular standpoint as well as a pedestrian walking standpoint. And also to seek to harmonize with the existing lots and land uses with respect to the homes that were already out there. There are a few homes out there on fairly large parcels, and we felt it was important to perhaps use large parcels around those existing homes so that there was a transition between those larger lots to maybe some of the smaller lots that would be part of the low-density future developments. And then finally, to locate potential traffic calming devices such as roundabouts, traffic circles, rotaries, bulb outs, those kinds of things in key locations, so that because this site is configured such that the streets are going to be fairly straight, we wanted to try to emphasize slowing traffic down once you're in the community, and to really create a village feel rather than just another subdivision that cars would go speeding down these straight streets. And straight streets, of course, encourage speeding traffic. So one of the reasons for the roundabouts, traffic circles, et cetera. I think Mr. Prado has already accurately identified the study area and the areas that are already in the city and been annexed to the city. Also, there have been as you know, master plans that have been done or plans that have been submitted for parcel A, parcel 1, parcel 2, and parcel 3. And again, we tried to take those into consideration and the plans that had been submitted to try to address the goals and objectives of those as well. The first thing that we felt was important, because it was going to be a defining situation or a defining element, was the overcross. Mr. Prado indicated to us that the city had also considered an undercrossing, but after consulting our traffic engineers, we have road designers at Kimley Horn. Our company is very well known for road design, traffic and transportation planning, and so forth. An undercrossing would be extremely expensive and just didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. So if there's going to be a connection for Pacific Way to the eastern side of the bypass, it really should be an overpass. What we did was we asked one of our engineers, one of our road designers, to identify the land that could conceivably be taken to achieve that overpass so that we could then identify the land that would be left over, especially up on parcels 1 and 2 and on the south side, so that we knew that this wasn't just going to be a standard narrow road, but that there was going to be grading, there was going to be buttresses, and so forth. So we asked our engineer to come up with a conceptual, and I emphasize that word conceptual, concept plan to at least identify the land necessary to achieve an overpass. And that's what you're looking at right now as you're seeing the plan that was put together. It is predicated on slope banks, and it's predicated on a right-of-way that would be an 80-foot right-of-way. There would be 40 feet of pavement in the overpass, and there would be 2 10-foot bike lanes on either side of the pavement section. And again, that was the conceptual assumption that we made in coming up with some of these plans and concepts. And this is by no means a final design. It's simply a concept. At some point in the future, when the overpass is ready to be implemented, it's going to obviously require detailed engineering design. First thing we looked at was to identify and understand the current circulation situation on the project site. And as you can see from the strong dashed black lines, obviously the Highway 25 bypass, you have obviously Chapel Road running north and south, you have the Pacific Way artery running east-west, and we added the assumption of the overpass. And then you have Santa Ana Road making its connection, and of course San Felipe Road on the far western side going north and south and crossing over the Highway 25 bypass. Understanding the backbone existing framework was important to the next steps as far as trying to see what a more detailed circulation pattern might look like. Circulation, in this case, was a driving factor behind a lot of the land planning that we were working with. Next one. Now we're looking at the site. As you look at this drawing here, I'm going to orient you. We've kind of turned it sideways so that up is, if you're looking up at the top, that is looking eastward, and looking left is looking northward. So you can see the bypass making its curve. And what we felt was important was connections, major connections that could be made through the site and around the site that wouldn't just be cul-de-sacs, but that it would create some connectivity, would create multiple ways in and out of the site so that it would keep traffic dispersed equally. And one of the things that we did was we identified an extension of the existing Rext Road, and that's this one here. an extension of Rex Road, which could make a very nice connection through to Pacific Way and the overpass. And then, of course, the obvious Chapel Road making its connection north-south to the Pacific Way overpass. And then, of course, the Pacific Way overpass itself. Our idea was to create a looped road system. And you can kind of see the way these loops work their way. There's a loop that's beginning on the south side that would work its way up to the Greenway, and it would work its way around the Greenway and back down to Rect Road, and then eventually tying into Pacific Way, so that there's a looped road on the south side of Pacific Way, the overpass, and then there would be a looped road on the north side of Pacific Way. The gray streets you see would be simply secondary streets that would be connectors that would obviously have the lots as the others would. And again, putting on my landscape architect's hat, the Greenway pedestrian bicycle connecting system was equally important to us. And the idea was, along the entire route of the Highway 25 bypass, there would be a series of small pocket parks that would be connected by a broad greenway, and we're talking about something that might be anywhere from 40 to 50 feet wide. We've done a number of studies on what promenades actually are successful and what makes a pedestrian feel as if he's not right on top of the road and being imposed upon by the traffic. And the 40 to 50 foot dimension is a very comfortable dimension to where if you're on a trail or a path on a piece of landscape area that wide, you feel separate from the automobiles. And again, the possibility of a low rail fence or something, a see-through type fence that would separate you from the Highway 25 overpass, but still allow for views across to the distant mountains, we felt was important. And you can see how what we've done is we've basically shown small pocket parks, pocket park here, a little bit larger park in this area here. There's already a park that has been proposed by the, I believe, the applicants of this site in this area here, and carrying that linear park to the highway, or I should say the Pacific Way overpass in this area here. There would be an undercrossing under the overpass that would connect everybody from one side of what we're calling the Chapel Road Village to Santa Ana Road on the other side. So, and the other thing we felt was important was so for every resident in the community to have equal pedestrian access to this greenway, so that you wouldn't just have a greenway along the overpass, but rather have what we call paseos, which are simply 20-foot wide green belts that make a connection from Chapel Road in this case up to the greenway. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what we're calling a connecting promenade that would come right up through the middle of the Chapel Road Village and on up into the biggest park in the project. So the idea was so that you could, in this promenade here, that would be a central green linear park, if you will, again, about 40 feet wide, with one-way streets on either side so that you could have homes facing on the greenway for a really nice environment, but that the pedestrians and bicyclists could ride or walk along that greenway to the park and to Chapel Road and beyond. We elected to retain the existing neighborhood park, which had been proposed in the square area down here adjacent to the commercial site. We felt that was a logical location. It seemed to make a great opportunity for sports fields and play fields. We also took a look at logical places for roundabouts and traffic circles. We felt that this particular location here, Rect Road, where the loop road meets, was a logical place for a roundabout, slowing traffic, a logical place for a roundabout right at this, we're going to call it the main promenade, call it the Grand Promenade, in this location here at Chapel Road, and another roundabout where Pacific Way crosses Chapel Road and eventually goes into the overpass. You might wonder why there wasn't a roundabout placed in this location because of this main promenade, Grand Promenade Road. The main reason for that is that pedestrians have a more difficult time negotiating a roundabout than they do just simply making a crossing. We would see a raised special paved crossing in this area here, and roundabouts are not known to be especially pedestrian friendly, so we wanted to create a free movement east and west from the park to Chapel Road. Okay. Now finally, now that we've looked at the circulation system and how we looked at the backbone, you fill in what would be the potential low-density residential lots. Again, tried to work with the existing plans as they sat today with a few modifications, the pending tentative maps. On this side, over here on the north side, it became more problematic, mainly because when you look at the land taken for the overpass, you start to look at grading, and you start to look at places where that overpass begins to encroach on the parcel to the north. And this is by no means a final design for that developer, but rather a logical way that we saw being able to have homes facing on the greenbelt. Again, over here, homes facing on the greenbelt, roads facing on the greenbelt, so that there's that sense of openness and that sense of greenbelt that is open and free to everyone and not just sequestered and blocked off by walls. So the other thing that I should probably mention, putting on my land planner's hat for the private sector, which is a big part, the majority of my career, and that is some of the separations between streets. It was pretty obvious that the most logical way to lay this site out is in an east-west direction with north-south crossing streets. Again, to maximize the number of lots on the project and to create the best connectivity that you could create. Now, by doing that, that means that there is a certain transition across the site from north to south in terms of distance between these streets that would allow for a logical, low-density housing development to happen. These aren't cast in stone, but we used 90-foot deep lots and 100-foot deep lots because the way the site measures to create larger lots or smaller lots would suddenly become very, very inefficient. And it would create real problems. You'd wind up with two streets right up next to each other, and it gets to be problematic when you try to expand the lots or diminish the lots. The last thing we looked at was the commercial site. And you'll recall that in the goals and objectives, some of the general plan concepts that were put forth indicated that they wanted buildings on the streets on the outside so that the buildings had exposure to the street and exposure to the public. There's a pending, I think, concept plan that pretty much puts parking along the roads and on the outside or on the perimeters and puts the buildings on the inside so that you're basically looking at a parking lot as you come into downtown Hollister, as you come into this North Gateway area. It was our thought to take the exact same square footages that were shown on the concept plan for the villages, shown in this lavender color here, take that exact same square footage, take the parking, put it on the inside, give it access off of Pacific Way, and let the buildings and the architecture be the greeting into the city of Hollister. In fact, at the corner of San Felipe and the Highway 25 overpass, I could even see a potential architectural tower or special architectural feature that would say, you know, you're coming into a special city, you're coming into a high level of design and architecture without a parking lot and cars facing you, between you and the buildings. And again, along this commercial edge to Highway 25 would be an expanded walkway that would merge into the more major green belt that would be the overall greenway system that we were talking about from the beginning along the Highway 25 overpass, or I mean the Highway 25 bypass. Now, the green belts we felt were important because we wanted them to be park to park. We wanted them to be Chapel Road to Greenbelt. We wanted all access to the via the green belts from neighborhoods to the overall parks and green areas. And we wanted to create something that was a total village concept rather than just a series of subdivisions with streets that maximize the lots. So that was kind of the approach that we took, and this again is conceptual. It's a hand-drawn sketch, which is what we were asked to do, but again, trying to follow the intent and the spirit of the general plan, and to create this the central promenade to give a specialness to the village was kind of the way we approached it. When I lay out a plan, again, putting on my landscape architect's hat, I like to understand what the amenity system is going to feel like and look like in concert with the residential and the practical issues of maximizing the potential for the project to create homes, which obviously is the primary intent and goal here, as well as the commercial area. So with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have. Yeah.
Okay.
Two questions. One is, if you're not putting the walls up, how are you minimizing the sound from the traffic for all of the homes?
Yeah, it's a setback issue. The setback.
Excuse me, but I think what we'll do here is we'll have first our first
okay.
round of comments will come
Okay.
from the commission, then I'll open up the public
Okay,
hearing.
open to the protocol.
Okay? Yeah. Thank you, Stanley.
Sandy.
Sandy.
S-A-N-D-Y, yeah.
Thank you for
Yeah.
your presentation. I have, if you could clarify one thing for me, is that on the detailed project view plan that shows the project area boundary, it does not indicate the neighborhood park, and which is shown on your
Right.
your conceptual master study plan.
Yes.
Can you clarify will that park be integrated with the master plan?
I think it should be integrated with the master plan. It was shown on the commercial land use plan, the commercial plan that was submitted to the city, and we simply left it as is, but said if there's going to be a park there, what a great opportunity for this greenway that the commercial area has already proposed. It's a crossing. You can see it's sort of a crossing greenway. What a great opportunity for people to be able to go from the bypass greenway over to that park via the commercial greenway that ran through that, which I thought was impressive, the way they laid that out. Mm-hmm. All we did was took the buildings and put them on the outside to where they could be the front door to the city rather than the parking lots.
But the actual neighborhood park is
Yeah.
not part of it.
No, but we felt that
Yeah.
if it's going to go in, why not make a connection to it?
That's- Okay.
Just to follow up with that, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
with the neighborhood park that's shown on the 7 acres, currently it serves as a stormwater retention facility for the whole area, and so we would have to analyze that to see. I mean, ultimately, that would be the plan to have that as an open space to where the top would be served as an open space and serve as a dual purpose. Ultimately, we would have to analyze that and make sure that is feasible and doable. All the other green belt and the open space along Chapel Road, along the Highway 25 bypass, all that area was calculated by Mr. Sandy Vance in regards to that requirement that we have in the City of Hollister for 5 acres of open space per 1,000 people. So the way we calculate that is depending on potential number of housing units that can eventually be developed on that site, There's a census of about 3.5 people per household. So then we have an estimate of what would be the amount of open space that would be allowed in that area. But certainly, as part of the goal for the overall master plan is to try to incorporate the possibility of also including that neighborhood park, 7 acres that's currently being used as a stormwater retention, to possibly make it serve as a dual purpose, to have that as an open space for park amenity as well.
And you're talking about underground storm chamber?
If possible, yes.
And I think the purpose tonight is to go ahead and freely go ahead with comments, and then open up the public hearing, and then see what the audience has to say about this.
That's exactly right, Mr. Chair. Staff, at this point, this is a public hearing to hear the Planning Commission, to hear comment from the public. Our hope is to obtain that comment, and if there's any changes, adjustments that need to be made, authorize Mr. Vance to go ahead and try to make those changes, and then come back to the Planning Commission meeting of November 21st with another public hearing, and have another opportunity to review the master plan, and hopefully at that point have a recommendation with the resolution recommending the master plan to the City Council, so that way we can have another public hearing with the City Council for adoption.
Okay, so I'm going to just finish up the few comments that I have, and then
Absolutely.
entertain the
Thank you.
comments from the other commissioners. I think it's well, there's things that I like a lot about the concept. And one of the issues that I think is important, and you talked about pedestrian protection along your frontage parks with Highway 25, I think for sure, some type of see-through fence would be appropriate, perhaps, because I think that, and then your sidewalk, your plant strip, some type of a landscape buffer between the sidewalk and the Highway 25, and then some type of a see-through fence. Certainly would be a lot better than a sound wall, but it'd certainly be functional. I think it's important to have pedestrian protection along those frontage parks. Yeah. I do find the connecting promenade very, very nice. It would be new to the City of Hollister. I'm correct to say that the function of the promenade is like a multimodal
Yeah,
pathway?
If any of you have ever been to Boston, this is the Grand Promenade. It's the Boston, from the Boston Commons down to the Fens, there's a big promenade along there. But if any of you have been to Victoria by the Sea and Hercules, the picture that you see on your right there, if you can see that picture that I've got my cursor pointed to, that's a promenade, and that is only about 45 feet wide, I believe, 45 to 50 feet wide. And you can see the impact that something like that had. I think we just lost the picture.
So it's not,
Yeah, there it is.
it's not functional like a linear park, but it's primarily its function is for multimodal access.
Yes, you can get a 10-foot bike trail in there, but if you orient it correctly, and if you actually, some of them will meander. Oakland has just Martin Luther King Parkway has not Martin Luther King Parkway, but one of the parkways in Oakland has a meandering bike trail that runs through it, and that gives you opportunity to do kiosks, sitting areas, gardens. There's all sorts of landscape concepts you can do within those 50 feet or 45 feet or whatever the amount is. I don't know how many of you have been. My son used to live in Mexico City. He was a journalist down there, and he was there for about 5 or 6 years. And the Mexico City has what they call their camiones, which are these greenways throughout the whole city. And it's a pleasure to walk down the middle of these streets with only one-way streets on either side. When you have one big arterial street running right straight down adjacent, it makes it more difficult. But if you have one-way streets on either side, it's a much more pedestrian-friendly environment with traffic only one way on either side.
And I understand the way the interior streets laid out. It talked about circulation was primarily the biggest, the primary function in the layout. But what you created here, and I've always looked at for multifamily development and for the east-west access, you've created some solar sites. So I think solar access is
Yes.
really important and when you're laying out these streets. I don't know if you were mindful about solar.
I was mindful about it, but I'm going to have to confess it was dumb luck that the site oriented itself that way, because had it not oriented itself that way, it would have been very difficult. I did a project in Tucson, Arizona years ago in which we had to orchestrate the entire plan so that the streets were oriented to the optimum solar, and that
Yeah.
is not easy. We were quite fortunate.
You know,
in this case.
it's really, to me, it's paramount. It's circulation is certainly important, but
Yes.
also solar.
Yes, absolutely.
And I agree with, on the commercial, the commercial zone there is to lay out the green areas along San Felipe and Highway 25 and have the parking on the interior. I certainly agree with that. I think that is, it's appropriate for not only.
You can get the same square footage of buildings and still be able to park the commercial site, I believe, and it would take obviously detailed layout, but this is simply a concept plan to show how it could be done. And again, I would strongly encourage finding a good architect who really knows how to design a commercial fronting building.
It's always helpful to have good architects around. I'm sure I might have other comments, but those are some of the comments that came out to mind. So I'll entertain input from other commissioners.
I have some. You said that you met with the school superintendent for the elementary schools and the high schools, and they decided that there doesn't need to be a school here? I just want clarification
Commissioner
before
Johnson?
I ask questions.
No worries, Commissioner Johnson. Yeah, so as part of the environmental impact report process, what we do is at the very beginning, right when we initiate our environmental impact report, even before we start it, we do a notice to all of our responsible agencies. We as a city, we are the lead agency when it comes to projects, development, land use, but we have responsible agencies, which include the Hollister School District, high school, regional agencies like AMBAG, Air District, Caltrans. And so we start out by sending them all notifications, and we let them know we're about to initiate an environmental impact report on 117 acres. This is what we're planning on doing. Let us know what specifics you would like for us to review. And so then that's the first opportunity for them to comment. We get their comments, then we do the report. We do the traffic studies, noise studies, biological studies, all the report, and then we have a draft environmental impact report, and we send that out for 45-day review to all of our public agencies, public review as well. And then at that point was when we received a comment letter from the Hollister School District. And the Hollister School District at that point, it was around 2017 or so. We did start around 2015 with this project. And so that was when we received the comment letter saying that they were looking into the possibility of having a school site within that area. So then when we started when all that got approved in 2018, and then earlier this year, when we gave the notice to proceed to Sandy and Kimley Horn back in May, and in September we received the draft plan. We sat down with the Hollister School District Superintendent, Mr. Diego Ochoa, and along with the city engineer and staff, and we wanted to see their comments, and essentially the discussion was that at this point on their long-term plan, they no longer wanted to see the possibilities of a school in this site, and so therefore we did not proceed with including a potential school site on this place, because at first we're focusing on this site, but Mr. Vance actually prepared about 4 different layouts, and after all the review and from staff and the different departments, we decided to come up with this one. However, one of the layouts actually did have a potential school site in response to that comment letter, but then after meeting with the superintendent of schools, it was decided to remove that. They didn't want to see any at this point for this particular location.
So my concern, how many houses would be built if this whole plan was
That's a good question.
implemented? Yeah.
Sure. So based on the zoning, Commissioner Johnson, it's 117 acres, 17 of which are North Gateway commercial and 100 low-density residential. The low-density residential allows up to 8 dwelling units per acre. However, once you put in the roads, open space, parking requirement, all that, we come out to an average of about 6 units per net acre. So at 100 acres, ultimately, this area can have up to approximately 600 residential units.
Okay.
As mentioned, right now, there's only 3 parcels that are looking into developing residential and 1 of them for commercial. All the other parcels can remain status quo, even with approval of the master plan. But ultimately, upon full development of this area, it can be approximately 600 units.
600, okay.
Wait.
So then sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, we also didn't want to presume to know what a future developer or builder wanted to sell as far as a product on that site that would fit the low-density category. And so we simply showed roads that seemed to make logical sense, but somebody could come in with a 50-foot wide lot or a 40-foot wide lot or a 35-foot wide lot, as long as it satisfied the low-density criteria. So that would be something that somebody in the future would need to work out.
Okay. So then, my other thing is, the letter, did it indicate where these children that could possibly be living in these neighborhoods, where they would go to school? Did they indicate which school they would go? Because there's 4 schools in that area, Calaveras, Sunny Slope, Santana Ranch, and HDLA Gavilan Hills. Santana Ranch hasn't opened yet, because it's still in the process of being built. Calaveras is 1.3 miles away. Sunny Slope is 1.4 miles away. The closest school is Gavilan Hills, which is about 0.8 miles away.
Right.
That school is at max capacity. We actually need to add 6 classrooms within the next 3 years, and we don't have the space. My children attend the school. This is why I'm bringing this up.
Sure.
My concern is, where are these children going to go to school? Because as of right now, HDLA and Gavilan Hills, they do not have any more classrooms. We are having 33, 34 kids per classroom. We are packed. So where would where I'm asking, where are these children going to go to
Sure.
school that could be coming in? Because I would love to live in this neighborhood because of all the greenery and being able to walk around, because currently in my neighborhood, I don't have that. And so I can see potentially lots of families wanting to move here, not so much, people who work and just 2 people living together. I see families living in this
Sure.
area, which means children, which means school. So
Right.
that I have a concern about that, because there's a lot of homes in this neighborhood. I don't know where they're going to go to school.
That's a really good question, Commissioner Johnson. As mentioned, the school district are our responsible agencies, and so when we start processing the tentative maps for each of these parcels, at that point we will be also. They're already on board. They already commented, and we've been in communication with them. However, when we process the tentative maps in the future for these parcels, they will also be in contact, and they will receive copies of the tentative map, and they will also be able to comment and provide information in regards to schools, impacts, and comments into what they would want to see to make a safe path to schools, things of that nature that would benefit the schools in the area and the school district as a whole.
I'd like to get one clarification on low density, okay?
Yeah.
You said 8 to 12,
1 to 8.
1 to 8 per gross acre. That includes your streets, right?
That's so.
Includes the land area for streets, circulation, and all that.
Yeah. So once all that is included, we probably would see a max of about 6 units per net acre.
'Cause it's really
Yeah.
not clear in my view in the zoning ordinance. So it is gross.
Right.
1 to 8.
8 as a maximum.
8
That-
is a maximum.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Just want to get that clarification. Thank
Sure.
you.
So
Roxanne?
I have a comment, but I think Commissioner Henderson does too, so
Kevin?
you want to go first?
I had a couple questions.
Okay.
So is there a requirement for there to be a fence or a wall between Highway 25 and this development?
A requirement?
Yeah.
It's not a requirement normally. because of noise, when we are looking at, when we're doing a review per the California Environmental Quality Act, we look at any type of potential significant impacts that a project can have. And so typically when there is a major road such as Highway 25 next to a potential development, because of noise, the common mitigation measure is to build a sound wall. And so one of the ways that we could hopefully eliminate the creation of a sound wall is a buffer, a setback distance. And so therefore, more than likely, when we start processing the potential future developments, because the goal is to try to eliminate and not have any walls within the area, we would likely have the developer do a, or we'll do a noise study paid for by the developer to indicate what would be that appropriate setback that would be required, because certainly we don't want to affect the new, we wouldn't want the new homeowners to be impacted by that noise, so we would want to make sure that we had that proper setback, but at the same time we would want to make sure that the community as a whole benefits from that open space aesthetics look and even feel when we use it.
I should add on the noise, they've done tons of noise studies, and noise actually emanates from the wheels of the car, not necessarily the engine of the car. You can do a low berm that would be a sound, earth is probably the best sound buffer that there is. But that kind of thing, or distance, those are the two noise baffles that you have. Landscaping, shrubs, trees, they've shown that it's psychological, that they don't actually create a sound baffle.
Okay. And the green space, who would be maintaining that? Would it be the city, or would it be the HOAs, or?
That's a good question, Commissioner Henderson. We are looking into that to see eventually when the entitlements come across. That's one of the things that when we take it to the council, we'll see if there will be the possibility, and you know, if the planning commission desires, we can even take it as a recommendation of establishing a benefit area to see if we can have all property owners that as they develop going into a fund to be able to pay for this overall. But certainly as development comes in, we have what are called communities facilities districts. Currently we have a communities facilities district number 4 to try to remain fiscal neutrality city or development to pay for services such as police and fire, and also communities facilities district number 5 to try to pay for lighting, landscaping, maintenance of open space. And so the way that works is that they work with our public resource management director to come up with a budget, and then that cost is divided by all the property owners that are going to be within that development, and with the intent of hoping that can alleviate some of the costs, or at least all of the costs for that type of service to the maintenance.
Okay. And I imagine there's going to be some kind of walking trail through the whole length of the green space.
That's the intent,
Okay.
yeah, to try to have that connection.
Is it, maybe it's not determined yet, but is it going to be paved or DG, or
we'll try to come up with a good concept and see what would be the best. We want to make sure that we meet ADA requirements, and you know, try to make it as nice as possible, and you know,
Okay.
those are the details that we'll be working on.
all right. I would just suggest maybe DG or, you know, dirt trail would be a little more rural,
That's
more fitting for the rural community that we're trying to maintain. So.
Yeah, there are a number of ways. You can do it with, like you say, a DG type trail. You can do it with concrete. You can do it with asphalt. I've seen some nice asphalt trails as well. So
Okay.
a lot of that has to do with cost and what you want the trail to accomplish for you.
Okay. I don't have any other more comments. Thanks.
Roxanne, can I just piggyback on what Commissioner Henderson was talking about? So since this is a conceptual plan, when you get into the design development, and I wanted to say is on those frontage parks, the functionality of those parks is very important.
Yeah.
Will you get into, you know, some outlining how those parks function, those green spaces. You know, like sitting areas like you were talking about, maybe picnic tables, bocce ball courts, you know, things of that nature.
Right,
Can you
yes.
get into that level of detail?
We haven't gotten into that level of detail. We weren't asked to get into that level at this point, but again, trying to achieve the amount of open space per person projected for the site does limit the amount of space you have. In other words, you can't do a baseball field, you can't do a soccer field, but what you can do are basketball courts, and like you say, sitting areas, possible bocce ball,
Right.
possible pickleball courts, maybe. You can see that the one neighborhood park, the one that Mr. Prado was just talking about adjacent to the commercial, has one soccer field on it. And you can see how large that is, and then compare that with what we're showing. So there's a certain limitation of what you can do.
Right.
But again, it's basically trying to create this this welcome to the city, but also make it functional for
Yeah.
people who actually want to be active along that green belt.
Essentially, it is linear, but you have that one area that's kind of relatively square or rectangular.
Yeah.
Close to, not too far from being
Yeah.
square, rectangular.
Yeah,
Okay.
the area to
Could be
the,
a focal point,
I'm
yeah.
gonna say to the north of that one square one you just talked about, that's quite wide. It actually is picking up on one of the tentative maps that we took a look at, one of the pending tentative maps that showed a park of that size, and we simply carried that same size over to Pacific Way. So it's actually not just a narrow strip, it's pretty wide. I think it's about 100 feet or more, so it's a pretty wide strip.
Okay. Okay, Roxanne.
Okay, so I have a few comments and sort of following up on some of the things that the other commissioners raised. So I want to go back to what Commissioner Johnson was talking about related to the schools. So when you met and talked to Superintendent Ochoa, is who I believe you spoke to, right? You talked only about creating or developing a school in this development, but did not talk about the potential for another area that would be able to serve the children that might be living in this development. So it's just a question. Did you talk about, or was the question posed in a way that just simply, did you need space in this area for a school, or did you talk about in general the need for a school, even if it was located somewhere else that would serve these children?
That's a good question, Commissioner Stevens. We didn't go into detail on what they use to be able to have their long-term plan for the schools that they currently have and any future schools that they may have in the city of Hollister. So they have all that. They have their calculations. They have their numbers. The only thing that we discussed was that when we sent out the environmental impact report for review to the school district, their original comment was that they were hoping to see if they can reserve a site for this within this 117 acres for a potential school. Then afterwards, in meeting with Mr. Ochoa, the comment was that at this time on this site, not even for their long-range planning, a school site was considered on this particular site. Overall, I'm sure that they have plans for the overall city, but our focus is just this area. They meet with state officials in regards to their process in regards to placement of schools, capacity, and all of that. But in regards to this particular site, their comment was that when the comment came in originally, the facilities director at that time indicated that the city should consider a site within that 117 acres, and Mr. Ochoa indicated that upon further review, at this time within this 117 acres, they no longer wanted to include that. That's not to say that they don't have other particular sites throughout the city that they're looking into for future, but for this particular master plan area at this time, they indicated that the city should not involve any potential school site.
Okay. So I would ask then, as part of You want some comment and some recommendations, that will be something clearly stated in the future whenever this comes to us again, right? Because today we won't be making any formal actions, we'll just be reviewing and making comments. So that's gonna be a crucial piece. I share the same concerns that Commissioner Johnson does, and I'm sure others do as well. That's a lot, that area represents a lot of housing potential for a lot of people living there with a lot of families, with a lot of children. We definitely need to hear from the high school as well. In another item, during another meeting, we got a letter from Superintendent Tenenbaum from the high school talking about their concerns about the limited capacity, even with the expansion of the high school, with some of the developments that are underway right now. So it will be crucial that we hear not just from the Hollister School District, but also from the high school. This is just a lot of, represents a lot of potential homes. I should have said this before I started asking questions. I just want to be in full disclosure that Mr. Victor Gomez and I, who's a consultant on this project, we met earlier this year. He showed me some preliminary plans and the intent of the project, and I talked to him about some of my concerns about the housing. We talked about traffic flow, et cetera. So I just wanted to just put that out there that we met, so that's on the record. I also wanted to ask about how we report on traffic. I feel like when we get reports on the impact of traffic, that the reports are very narrow focused. That they look at just that little project without considering the entire impact of the community. It seems like we get a lot of information about how the traffic comes in and out, the number of cars that might be represented, and so I think that the way that you talked about the flow of traffic in this project, it makes sense, and I think within that little vicinity, it probably would work and all that. I think that what we don't always get is how it impacts everything. And because, for example, Highway 25 further west is outside of city limits, that we don't always get the full information about the impact. That highway, as we all know, it's common knowledge, it's horrible. There's been so many accidents there. Because of the increase in traffic, because of the frustration, and I don't see how we can add honestly, I just want to be really honest, I don't see how we can add 600 homes. In addition to all the other projects that are in the works that we don't have any control over right now, that they will be built. And we continue to add more and more cars to our highway, and we continue to see more and more accidents, fatalities, et cetera. So that is a huge concern. So when we get the full report on the traffic, I would like to see a little bit more information about that. I feel like there's a lot of information about the particular project, but there isn't cumulative information, especially in the areas that are a little bit outside of the city limits, that although they're not in the city limits, they highly impact our families and our experience here, living here, commuting, just in general, the experience. So I'd like to see a little bit more detail about that, not just what happens in this area. Let's see, I had another question. So going back to the plans, I just want to clarify, the overpass is just an overpass, right? There will not be entries and exit ways from 25 into the projects, right? And then the overpass then will be connecting to right now they're empty fields, but I think that area is also slated for development, right? So then this would connect over to another neighborhood in the future. That's what the plans represent. Is that right?
Yeah, so you're correct, Commissioner Roxanne. At this time, on the east, it's mainly ag fields. It's in the county at this point. We are just looking into the future. If the city decides that eventually that's the way that it's going to expand. Right now, because Highway 25 is within the jurisdiction of Caltrans, Caltrans does not allow for any connections from the bypass onto the site. So we're trying to, obviously vehicles can connect from the inside, like go into Santa Ana and then go onto the bypass. But to try to we in our circulation element of the general plan, one of the goals and policies is to try to interconnect neighborhoods.
Right.
And so in order to meet the spirit of the general plan, that's one thing that we've been looking at, the possibility of doing
Sure,
that overpass.
sure. And I wasn't asking that we do that. In fact, I'm happy to hear that we're not doing that. I just wanted to clarify that in fact was just an overpass and not an entry and exit way onto the, right.
That's correct. It would be an overpassing the Highway 25 bypass.
Okay, and then just another final, I guess this is my final comment about kind of piggybacking on what Commissioner Henderson was talking about in terms of the wall that would surround this. Now, you're talking a lot about the sound and the noise, the sound wall, the noise. And so I would be more concerned about safety for that area, obviously. So the barrier, I mean, it makes a lot of noise for the neighborhoods. That's horrible, and nobody likes the experience, but obviously safety is more important than that. So I would imagine that when we're building whatever barrier goes there, that's the most important consideration. It's really easy for somebody to just have such easy access to the highway that just in like a state of, I don't know, somebody's angry or maybe it's a child that was inadvertently left unsupervised. They had easy access to the highway. So obviously I'm assuming that will be the first consideration, not noise and sound, right?
Yeah, if I were a landscape architect asked to design that and actually lay it out and actually do a working drawing, the first thing I would be talking about was what kind of a barrier do you need between the green belt and the highway?
Right, safety. Yeah, and then I just want to have actually one final, this will be my final question. Can you talk a little bit about the retail area, the retail space, and then the entry and exit from San Felipe onto that area, what the flow would look like, and what would be the types of shops that would be in the plans for that, or something, even though we know that this would be the decision of the developers, obviously, but an idea of what types of retail shops would go into that space, and then how you would go in and out of that space.
Yeah, it's hard for me to speak to the kind of shops that would be there, not knowing what was in the minds when they put the earlier plan together. However, just looking at the widths of the buildings and the way they're laid out there, my guess would be they'd be boutique type shops. It wouldn't be, obviously, there wouldn't be any big box or anything like that, needless to say, but they would probably be smaller shops. It would be more of a neighborhood type shopping center. But again, I don't know what the intent was when it was first laid out. We just tried to use those buildings and those square footages and say, how should these be reoriented so that it makes more sense to what you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, it is a North Gateway zoning district. It is a commercial, so the big box are certainly allowed within the North Gateway. Hotels is a possibility as well, but at this time, in working with the property owner, they're trying to see who they can try to bring to the commercial development, and we just want to make sure that it's consistent with the zoning district that allows for the types of commercial development that's allowed. And in regards to access onto the Pacific Way, currently the City Council is actually looking at that area of San Felipe Road. Actually, Kim Lee Horn has been also working with the city engineer and presenting at the City Council level potential traffic calming measures between Highway 25 bypass and San Felipe Road, and also all through like the Gateway Drive area. So there is a potential for possibly signalization at Gateway Drive, but however, they're looking at possibly bringing that back to Pacific Way, either signalization or roundabout. So that's currently up in discussion right now with the City Council. So we're looking at that to see what would be the best direction to go, and then at that point we would then, as staff, implement that in the future for that traffic calming aspect of San Felipe Road.
I wonder if there could be a summary of what, and maybe this needs to happen after the public comments, but a summary of what the next steps would look like so that we can anticipate when it would come back to us and for what purpose, at a later date.
Can I just comment on what Commissioner Stevens was talking about, the traffic report, the cumulative areas?
Yes.
I'm not necessarily certain on where those cumulative boundaries are, but as Commissioner Stevens was concerned about even areas outside the city limits, including projects that we've approved that haven't been built yet.
That's correct, Mr. Rubin.
I think when that traffic study comes about, we will have to take a real good look at that.
That's correct,
And
Commissioner.
that
Hua.
includes outside the city limits. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there's 3 types of studies, and we can certainly, at any time, anybody from the commission or members of the public have any questions in regards to that, we can certainly be able to meet with you and traffic engineer, city engineer. Essentially, every traffic report usually has at minimum 3 types of analysis. 1, existing conditions. 2, existing conditions with the potential project. And 3, cumulative, meaning all of the projects that are in the pipeline, and see what type of effect or type of level of impact it would create on the jurisdiction. So definitely we can, we're always amenable to sit down and look into the project more in depth with anyone. Absolutely.
Yeah, I just think that the reports are not detailed enough. And I'm just asking that, especially for a project of this size, and then considering all the projects that are in the works, that we need to get a little bit more detail. It doesn't seem to me that what we have read previously, and even before I was sitting in this chair, that we anticipated in other traffic impact reports what's going on 25 right now. Sure. Right? I don't think that we've fully got that it was going to get as dangerous as it is now, or as crowded as it is now. And so that's a real big concern. I mean, I think that there just has to be some way to alleviate what's happening there. And then I talk about 25, but I can say the same thing about Fairview. I can say the same thing about 156,
Right.
about Union. I mean, they're all just being so heavily impacted. Even our little back roads like Shore Road and all the ones back there, I mean, they're just so heavily impacted. That's outside the city limits. Nevertheless, it's a big major part of people who live at Hollister. It's a big part of our lives.
Right.
And there's just no way to live our lives here and not feel the impact of what's going on there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I
Jerry?
also would like to fully disclosure that earlier in the year, I met with Victor Gomez. We didn't major discussions, but we did touch upon this, so just as the full disclosure.
Thank
I
you.
will also disclose that I met with Victor Gomez about this project on August 12th.
Okay. Any other comments from the commission on the conceptual master plan? Do we have speaker cards on this item? I'll open up the public hearing now at 7:35. How many speaker cards do we have?
We have 3 for item 5.
Okay. All right.
And, first person up is Victor Gomez.
No surprise. Chairman Hugh Boy and members of the commission, thank you very much for your time this evening, and certainly a huge thank you to Kimley Horn and their work on this master plan. To be 100% candid with you, this is probably some of the best planning I think the city has seen in some time. So again, my name is Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy. I do represent the residential applicants that currently have vesting tentative maps or tentative map applications before the city. So I do want to thank everybody, including staff, for their work on this. As you folks may be aware, we were in front of this commission about a year ago certifying the EIR. We then had the opportunity to go to LAFCO for annexation, and we were able to get 2 of the parcels annexed into the city, and then I believe shortly there afterward, 2 parcels and the 2 Acevedo pieces were included in that. I think shortly after Mr. Villa was included in that annexation as well. So in short, this is really good planning. We're again very happy to see this work come to fruition. This plan isn't adding a small neighborhood to the city of Hollister, as both Commissioner Johnson and Stevens have recognized. You're adding a whole new community to the north side of the city. So planning is critical. With that said, my clients who have been in this for nearly 5 years now submitted vesting tentative map applications back in April, and we're ready to present those. Obviously, the maps and concept will change a bit after you approve this plan. I think you're up to approve it at your next meeting next month. The maps that we have revised will go back to the planning department, and we're hoping to be in front of the Development Review Committee as soon as possible. I'm hoping for even next month to start running this process through. Once you approve, then hopefully shortly thereafter, again, pretty expedited timeline, but I'm hoping that we could be before the Planning Commission as early as your December meeting with vesting tentative map approval, conditions of approval, and so on and so forth. Again, a bit expedited, but I think we could certainly do that. You have excellent staff that can certainly get that done. We are prepared, as I mentioned, to move forward with vesting tentative map approval, but I do want to touch on a couple of points. I know I only have 20 seconds here, but I do want to mention that I did meet with Lisa Andrew about 3 years ago, Hollister School District Superintendent, and then early in 2018, the Hollister School District Board of Trustees actually approved 3 sites for future school zones. And that, if I could extend just a second.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Huboy.
Give a few more seconds. Sure.
There are 3 sites that have been approved there were 3 sites that were approved. Superintendent Diego Ochoa came on board. I sat down with him multiple times on multiple projects that I have before the city, and he did mention to me that he was going to withdraw the Chapel Road site. Now, not that I don't care, but that site that he identified, I don't represent that property owner, so obviously I didn't put a lot of emphasis on that, whether they were going to move forward with it or not. But Diego decided to back off and say, I think we're going to focus on 2 other sites that are probably a lot more affordable for the school district to purchase. So I did want to mention that, Commissioner Stevens. There are 2 other sites north between McCloskey and Santa Ana, and then behind Mirabella 2, between Buena Vista Road and Wright Road. That is the second site that's been identified as well. In regards to Highway 25, don't forget that Measure G passed. I sit as chair of the Measure G Oversight Committee as well, and that project is fully funded. We obviously are running through concepts right now, and we hope to have something hopefully in the next 6 months or so to do that. But also, please don't forget that each house that is entitled, that pulls permits, has to pay $20,000, just a traffic impact fee. Half of that fee, because it's on the constraint list of projects, half of that fee has to be dedicated to the widening of Highway 25. Developer fees can be paid. Hollister developer fees can be used to pay for the widening of 25 as well. So you have a sales tax and you have traffic impact fees that pay for that as well. I apologize, Chairman, for extending the time, but I just wanted to clarify those points. If you do happen to have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Thank you.
Any questions for Victor? Thank you, Victor. Next speaker.
Dave Lantis.
I'm not going to do a whole bunch of thank yous because my time will run out. This is great planning, but it's all specified for just the inside of that. On the outside, Santa Ana Road, we have no sidewalks, no curbs, no gutters, and no plan. That road, in the mornings, you can't get out of the driveway on Santa Ana Road because of the schools. In the afternoon, you can't get out of the driveway because of the schools. A roundabout on Rect, where you're putting it, people are not going to be able to get out. That roundabout will be completely full with people trying to get out on Santa Ana Road. The parks, that's a great place for parks, but I've been to several accidents on that road, and if one of them happens to go off the road, It's right in the middle of the park. If you're not gonna put anything there, no fence, no wall, that'd be pretty dangerous. The park that you have, the 7-acre park, not that I'm against homeless people, but they like the parks. And they like the commercial areas to panhandle. And you're putting them both together right there. And you're giving any bad people an escape route on San Felipe Road for anybody that's in the park, if anything happens to them. You could fill that in and put that very same thing in the opposite corner down by Santa Ana and 25, and you can have it drain into the storm drain that's on Santa Ana Road when it gets too full. Safety of kids, schools, Chapel, Santa Ana. Yeah, that's pretty much what I have. I don't know if you're gonna widen Santa Ana Road, if you're gonna put a sound wall on Santa Ana Road to the backs of those houses, or you're gonna leave it open. But the people we live on Santa Ana Road would like to be included. Hey, I made it.
Thank you, Dave.
Diego Torres.
Excuse me.
Hello, I'm Diego Torres. I'm a senior at San Benito High School, and I live on San Juan Drive. That's right next to, it's off of Chapel and Maple. One of the questions that I have is that the plots that are being created in the master plan, how does the size relate to the plots that are in neighboring streets? For example, on Rustic Street or on San Juan Drive. If you look towards the east side on the perimeter, if you compare them to the plots that we have now on neighboring streets, it looks like you'd be able to fit about maybe 3 to 4 houses per street there. So that would be one of my questions. How big are the plots, and what are the square feet of the houses?
Yeah.
Also, what kind of traffic control would there be between each street, considering 3 to 4 houses on the streets?
Very good questions, very good questions. We looked at Madrone, I guess it's Primavera, and Rustic, all 3 of them. It just seemed to make sense to connect them all the way through, but the distance between what we're showing as Pacific Way and right where those roads go, those segments, call them, we're probably looking at about 500 to 600 feet. And in 500 to 600 feet, you can get, that's a classic lot length, and you could get up to 10 lots along there or more. So there's quite a bit of lots you can get along there. What I don't like is when you get streets that are only 300 feet long, then you're wasting asphalt, you're creating heat, heat on the streets, and they're very expensive, and they don't make a lot of sense when you have to spend all the money on streets and not on the lots. So we tried to keep the length of the streets at some sort of a 500 to 600 foot minimum.
And how does that relate to the plots that are on the neighboring streets in size?
The ones on the inside? The ones on the inside are a little bit longer. Some of them are up to 800 feet long. 800 is a pretty optimum street length. You get into 900 or 1,000 feet and it starts to get a little bit too long. You have too many straight runs without some sort of a break, like an intersection or a paseo or something along those lines. Some cities and jurisdictions actually have restrictions as to how long your streets can be before there has to be some sort of a break. So we used 800 feet as sort of a general guideline, but these again are 500 to 600 feet, the ones you're talking about down there on Rustic.
Yeah, the area
and
Rustic,
Road.
that's probably, I
What's
would
that?
say medium, that's medium density there, isn't it? Medium density
Yeah,
residential.
the new homes that are being built along Rustic, Maple Park, yeah, that's medium density. So those are a little bit more higher density.
smaller
That's 8
size.
to 12 units per acre, smaller size. Yeah.
I don't know how big those lots are, but they're probably fairly narrow, I imagine.
Fairly
and
narrow. They're
not
probably
very
around
deep.
4,000 square feet or so. Yeah.
Again, getting back to the same idea, laying this thing out was not, it looks very simple, but it was very difficult because what you're trying to do is to create a lot depth that will lend itself to a low-density home. If you make the lots, too small, then you wind up with a very awkward situation. You have to create what they call a wide and shallow type product, which not every developer wants to do, but if you create them too long, then you wind up with very long backyards, and you don't get the full impact of the development. So we tried to keep the lots somewhere in the 90 to 100 foot deep level, which lends itself again to a low density. But again, I'm not the developer who's actually laying out the tentative map to present, and therefore we just said, if I were a developer, how would I lay this thing out?
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to follow up that at that point, when we do get the tentative map submittals, we will require as well review of that. And at this point, normally when we get the tentative map, within 30 days, we respond to the applicant with the notice of completeness or incompleteness. And then within 10 days of that letter going to the applicant shall post a large sign on the property indicating that there is a notice of proposed project. And so at that point, I encourage anybody that once the notification is out to come and contact us. By that time, we'll have detailed specifics on the lot size, setbacks, maybe not so much detail, but mainly lot size, street widths, open space, all that kind of information for review.
Great. Are there any other attendees that would like to speak to the commission on this item? Okay, well, thank you very much.
There was a question
Thank
from the audience
Oh,
before.
there was a question from the audience. I don't know if the lady
Oh, okay.
left. Yeah.
Commissioner Hooper, can I make one other comment before we?
Yes,
Oh, no,
absolutely.
I just have one other. So I'm really, really interested in hearing more from the community, from the surrounding areas. I was really glad to hear the two gentlemen who just spoke about that, because I think their lives will be probably the most impacted by this huge change if it were to go forward. So if what Mr. Gomez talked about in terms of moving forward with this project seems like it's going to happen pretty fast, I don't know that that's enough time to allow for public comment. And here's my concern about the way that we currently do that. It's very passive. We send out flyers, we send out mailers, maybe we put out the big sign. There's some publication in the newspaper. It's just kind of like, if here's this, and respond. I think what's more effective is if you can have a public forum, like a community meeting, and there's some it's really heavily publicized and advertised. There's some really strong outreach, especially to that neighborhood. Personally, I would like to see that before we even saw a tentative map here at the commission. I just think this is just too big a project to move forward so quickly and to be able to make a decision. I think if there is any doubt, at least me personally, if there's any doubt in the way that it would impact, I will always err on that. Let's not move forward until we have more information. So I would just make that kind of request, that we be a little bit more proactive and a little bit more active in the way that we get public comment and not be so passive about it. So I don't know if that's even possible at this stage, but I would like to see that, so that when you come here and you report on how you looked for comments from the neighborhood, because generally you report, we sent out stuff, we put out information, we didn't get any comments, or maybe there was 1 or 2 phone calls. I just think that that's just a really passive way of getting comments, and I think it's more effective when you have a more direct outreach to the community. You can have a public maybe community meeting or something where people can come and talk about what they're concerned about. I don't know if that's possible. Is it possible?
Yeah, so it's always encouraged. Community meetings are always encouraged. Public hearings, I mean, we've had on the North Chapel Road, we've had multiple public hearings since 2015 for the pre-zoning and the EIR, and for the annexation of some of the parcels. This was one of the intents of having this meeting today, without necessarily recommending anything to City Council today. This was part of the requirement. We sent out notification in English and Spanish to have that public hearing, that meeting today. But we can certainly, if it is the intent, if it's the direction of the planning commission to do something more, let us know. But really, we are following the letter of the law in regards to the requirement for the public hearing, and the EIR actually specified adoption of the master plan before we go into any type of specific development. But we are meeting staff's meeting the requirement of the letter of the law. Not sure, Brian, if you have any comments.
Well, thanks, Commissioner Stevens, for all your great comments. I think with this project, we've actually kind of taken it to another level, actually, with public engagement, bringing this to the Planning Commission meeting. This is probably the first master plan that we've done in quite some time, and the public will always have the opportunity to come to more meetings, more public meetings, as these properties come before the Planning Commission eventually. We send out notices, and I believe we sent out a notice for the master plan, and that we kind of took an extra step to notify the public. We didn't probably need to do that, but we did it. And so what I would encourage is that you speak to the people in your districts, your council members, have them spread the word as to when these tentative maps come to the Planning Commission next, and that gives everyone the opportunity to comment. But having additional community meetings, this is really kind of the venue to do that with these different projects that move forward. So
You did have a public outreach meeting though, right? September of 2019, was that correct? You met with the property owners?
We sent out notification since then, and so we've been meeting with property owners since then.
That's correct. I'd like to add one thing, and I think your points are well taken as far as approaching this. One thing that I think is important, and I mentioned it up front when we talked about the overpass, assuming that the city is serious about this future overpass, and it will be in the future, somebody needs to sit down and engineer that overpass. We had one of our road engineers take a conceptual cut at it and say, this is the kind of land I think it's going to be required to make this work. So before somebody starts laying out lots and putting tentative maps and approving tentative maps, making sure that the proper amount of land is prepared for the overpass. And also, we tried to get in touch with PG&E. There is a gas line easement along Pacific Way right now, and we tried multiple times to get a hold of PG&E, didn't get any response, and that's something that has to be addressed as well. So there are a number of engineering issues that would need to be addressed before people start nailing things down in concrete.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the extra effort to get the comment. What I had in mind was not like a formal setting like this, a setting where there would be a single item and it would just be that. So in this setting, I think it's a little bit different because there's multiple items. But thank you for the suggestions, because I think I will take that back and maybe discuss it maybe with the city council from that district and maybe ask them to host one. I think it would be really important. So
yeah,
thank you, Brian.
that's the great comments. And I will say this: we're very accessible in City Hall, and any resident that you'd like to have talk to us about the project, send them our way. And that's one thing that we always strive to do is we're accessible to the public, and we like to talk about projects. And even from the representatives of the properties, Mr. Gomez is always open to talking to the public and the community. So, we want to make sure if people have questions, just like the young man that came up here before, that's encouraging to have public comment like that. And, we want people to talk to us. So, yeah.
Okay. Right. I believe that concludes our commentary on this item number 5.
Mr. Hiboy, if you'd like to, at this point, staff would like to see if we do have a recommendation that you close the public hearing. The comments, we will take them in and bring them in, and then come back at the November 21st Planning Commission meeting to provide you with the follow-up in regards to the master plan.
Can I add one more?
Sure.
Can I get, like Victor Gomez said, the other two schools, can you look into that, or is that something that you guys can do about the two school sites that are a possibility, so that I can understand where these children are gonna be going to school? And I also like to know in general, because of all these developments, you know, knowing where a new school may eventually show up. Is that something that you guys can?
I
as
think we
part of
could
this?
talk to the school district to see if we could possibly get an estimate of where the future students would go. I will say this, that I've been watching a lot of different articles in the Bay Area in particular, that enrollment's going down because families cannot afford to live there. And that's one thing that we also have to think about too in Hollister, is that, you know, we don't want enrollment to go down because of the lack of housing and forcing people to move to the Central Valley or somewhere else. So
And I see that happening among my friends, and
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking, because
Yeah.
there's no more room for our kids to go to school, and it's a very scary thought for people who are still having babies right now, and they don't know where their children are gonna go. So that's why I don't want that to happen, because
Sure.
I really do love it here, and I want people to stay, and I wanna be able to stay, and, so I just like to have that information for future references and stuff, so.
Very well.
Okay, we clear on that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll close the public hearing now at 2 minutes to 8, and thank you, Sandy, for your presentation.
Thank you, it's my pleasure.
And I appreciate the commentary tonight. We're going to take a short recess, 5 minutes.
Determine, like, this afternoon by people who are hired. Yeah, and I did.
That's what we asked also if it was gonna wear or be on the agenda.
I understand that.
I'm pretty sure there's a legal thing about it also, so on the books.
The recommendations to change the agenda can be made if the commission consents that they can change the order of the agenda.
On the spot?
It happens at council a lot. People will pull items and, like, from reports at the very end. I think it was important to people in the city to have Sandy go first, because every year meeting is currently short this time.
Thanks, Amy. the evil lobbyist that sits in the back of the room and doesn't say anything. I hear people offer these sort of.
We're the corner.
What happened today, that wasn't the intent, is what I messed it up to get their comments. Did you get everybody's comments? Come back again, November.
We've lost it twice.
Or no, come back again, November 21st. For formal recommendations.
Puts us out a month.
And then takes us to council. So
December.
That's the intent.
You know what's kind of funny is that I had,
Pero,
I actually,
when we
when it happened, I wasn't sure the Maryland Borough told me. I started calling a bunch of my clients and I'm like, hey, available properties, does anybody know? So I'm so glad I ran into you folks. Have you ever thought about just, implementing it yourself? Or, because, I mean, to be honest with you, the other half of it's already. No, I mean, annexing it, yeah, but also, putting together a map or just sound the map. I don't think so. I heard that Morgani actually had contracted with RGA, with Rob Engineering. Rob, I work with Rob a lot. When I get hired to run projects, he tends to be involved with it all, local engineer. But I know that they've been talking to that. So, but I hear that they're just kind of exploring their options because they own it. And then that whole behind you. The school is interested in the corner.
Yeah.
All right, I will call this meeting back to order. And on the agenda, we're at item number 1 now. The Site and Architectural Review number 2019-17, conditional use permit number 2019-6. Prakesh Patel, hopefully I pronounced that right. The applicant is requesting site and architectural review and conditional use permit for the construction of a 93-room, 4-story hotel on a 1.561 acre or 68,032 square feet site located at 391 Gateway Drive in the General Commercial GC zoning district. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to allow for variation in parking requirements. The property is further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcel Number 053-041-007. CEQA is categorically exempt. Is staff report?
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
As mentioned, the applicant is requesting approval for the construction of a 93-room, 4-story hotel. The property is 1.561 acres at 391 Gateway Drive. In addition to the guest rooms in the hotel will have a pool, gym, and a meeting room available, as well as will have a continental breakfast service. It is located in the General Commercial Zoning District. The front elevation of the hotel, so facing north towards Gateway Drive, at the top of your screen, will be divided architecturally into 4 vertical sections. The leftmost body of the hotel will have a light beige stucco facade on the first 2 floors, a darker kind of taupe brown stucco on the 3rd and 4th floors, and will be topped with a mid-tone beige stucco parapet wall. The trim at the top of the parapet, as well as between the different sections across the entire facade of the hotel, will be white. The main entrance to the hotel will be at the center left, and it's defined by a tower that's framed in aluminum panels on the top 2/3, and the bottom will be a stone veneer facade. The tower will be stucco on the 3rd and 4th floors, and the parapet will be stucco as well between the aluminum panel framing. There will be a location for a business sign. As you can see, it's proposed to be a Holiday Inn Express and Suites hotel, and that will be located on the parapet above the main entrance of the building. There will be a brown projecting awning over the main entrance where that'll have aluminum columns where that's a loading and unloading type zone in front of the hotel entrance. And as we move to the right, this section is similar to the left section, except for that the light stucco is just on the first floor, and it's darker on the 2nd to 3rd floors with the same matching mid-tone parapet. And then finally, on the right portion of the building, there will be another tower-type elevated parapet, and that'll be light beige stucco for the first 3 floors, and the top 4th floor and parapet will be a terracotta brown stucco coloring. And the windows are trimmed across the entire building in either light or dark brown, depending on the back stucco wall, to stand out. And there are some decorative arch trims, as you can see, along most of the 4th floor windows, as well as the 1st floor windows on the either side of the building. The rear elevation on the bottom of your screen, this is almost an exact reflection of the front elevation, with the exception that the main entrance won't be a main entrance because it's the rear, and there'll be an exterior patio that can be used as a dining area or sitting area by the guests. And there'll be a rear entrance or exit that leads to the elevators inside. This is over here on this side of the building. And there'll be an exit from the indoor pool area here, which leads to a patio. There's a proposed gate here. It's not on this elevation, but you can see it in the floor plan, site plan layout. If we move to the side elevations, on the left of your screen is the west elevation. This will have a tiered parapet in the terracotta coloring for the 4th floor and the parapet. And then the bottom will be the light brown stucco. There is just central windows on this side. The majority of the room windows are on the front or rear. And then there'll be an exit door at the center of the building, which leads to the main hallway of the 1st floor, as well as an exterior doorway here that is an exit, a direct outside exit from the stairwell. And then you can see that the aluminum paneling of the entrance tower and rear reflection is actually projected outward, so it's not one kind of flat facade across the building. There are projections architecturally. And then on the right side of your screen, you'll see the east elevation, which is kind of matching the left of the front, whereas the west matches the right of the front. So this is light brown, mid brown, and darker taupe stucco. And then again, you can see the projection of the metal paneling. And on this side, there will also be the 3 windows for rooms, an entrance exit into the hallway, and that hallway just runs straight down the middle and has various rooms inside the layout. And then there's also a stairwell on this side of the hotel. They're in opposite corners, and there's an exterior door to the stairwell on this side as well. For landscaping, if you look along the northern frontage of Gateway Drive here, there is proposed to be a bioretention and landscape area, which will have various trees, ground cover, and shrubs, including Chinese flame trees, crepe myrtles, India hawthorn shrubs, and these 2 types of rushes, California gray rush and small Cape rush. And there's quite a few other plants mixed throughout this landscape area as well as throughout the parking lot. The eastern boundary of the site here will be landscaped for bioretention, and the rear of the property, so the southern boundary, will be landscaped with a few new trees as well as some shrubs. There are several existing trees that are going to be preserved along this rear landscape area, including a large black walnut tree that you can see here that's proposed to be preserved in a parking landscape wall-bout projection. And then, as you can see, throughout the parking lot, there's several kind of landscaped islands, and at the entrance, there'll be landscaping as well. The applicant, in part of the site and architectural application, is to include the proposed monument sign that's freestanding. It's located here at the entrance. This is Gateway Drive to the north, and this is one of the driveway entrances to the site. This monument sign is proposed to be 8 feet in overall height with a round structure that's 4 foot in diameter. It's mostly white with blue accents and a metal base, as you can see. And then the actual tenant signage will be approximately 19.3 square feet, which is well within the sign ordinance, and will project about 1 foot from either side of the base and approximately 1 foot from the top of the base. The sign will be visible to the entering vehicles coming in from Gateway Drive, and it'll be located in the landscaped area along the project frontage. And as part of the plans, there was a photometric lighting plan, and this is proposed to be lit by an overhead street lamp type style post lamp that's like right here. And so it'll be lit just passively from above. The applicant, in addition to the site and architectural, is requesting a conditional use permit for 2 things. One is a reduction in the required amount of spaces, which I'll get into, by 2 spaces. And then the second is a variation in a requirement that we have where if you kind of look at parking, our current code requires that between every 10 spaces or fewer, you have a projecting landscape or some kind of separation. So if you look, this is not 10, or I think it's 9. But on these back, the rear property line, there are actually 13 spaces between each. And the purpose of this staff, we tried to see if it was possible to have the applicant preserve that black walnut tree. In the original proposal, there was like 2 landscape buffers here that split it nicely into 10 or less, but it would have required that the black walnut tree be removed. And while we don't have a heritage tree saving ordinance or anything like that, we felt it was important in this case that it was a small variation and it allowed for preserving a large existing tree, probably over 100 years old, and existing shade, as opposed to having to create new shade where I'm not exactly certain on shade requirements. It's more of a building code situation, but it's something like when you plant new trees over parking lots, you have to cover like 50% shade or something like that within 5 years. And so we're talking about small trees getting marginally bigger, but in this case, we have an existing large tree that's able to be saved. So to get more specifically into the parking space reduction, the applicant is proposing 92 spaces, which is 1 space short of the number of guest rooms, which is 93. And then our code requires, in addition to 1 space per guest room, a space per employee. The applicant has stated that there will be up to 15 employees during the day shift. However, during the night, there will only be 1 employee working at the hotel. And during the night is when most guests will be staying there, and their cars will be parked at that time rather than during the day. So we can consider 14 spaces shared between an employee and a guest. So, and how that works is, for example, if you had a shopping center where you had maybe a like bar type business that was open in the evenings and maybe a boutique that was open during the day, and they didn't have overlapping hours, you could consider their parking shared because the customers of one wouldn't ever need parking at the same time as the other. So it's a similar situation here. And so that leaves the applicant down 2 spaces, 1 for the 93rd room and 1 for the night employee. However, the applicant, who also owns the Fairfield, Inn and Suites across the street, indicated that that existing hotel currently rarely has days of maximum occupancy. And so with a second hotel, there would be probably even less days of maximum occupancy. But even if you consider this hotel on its own, there will be very few days, if any, that 94 spaces are required during the night. And then, so the applicants are requesting a conditional use permit to allow for a reduction of 2 for these reasons, that it's very unlikely that they'll need to, and that they're trying to preserve the black walnut tree that's existing. So that would be part of the approval of the site and architectural, would be an additional conditional use permit. And then there was a previous plan, and this is in your staff report, that had 93 spaces, but because the fire department, for health and safety reasons, required a second driveway access, we had to eliminate 1 space. So we were 1 space down, which is an employee space, and then now we're down 2 because of health and safety requirements. So I believe that is the parking requirements. This project site is designated general commercial in the general plan, and so a hotel is perfectly consistent with the general plan designation as well as the general commercial zoning ordinance and the zoning district. And so with that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission review the applicant's request. Oh, excuse me, I don't recommend it quite yet. So one thing that came up after we had sent out your staff reports was that the project is located within the airport influence area of the Hollister Airport. So typically we have standard conditions for projects that are in the airport influence area, or the AIA. And so the language is on the screen, but the first is that prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant gets a land use consistency determination from the Airport Land Use Commission to confirm consistency with the Airport Comprehensive Land Use Plan. This is a requirement of ALUC, Airport Land Use Commission, and of COG, the County of Governments. So that is one condition that we're recommending be added, and that's just a standard condition we have. And then the second one, and if you don't mind, I won't read the whole thing, but essentially it says, if the applicant is going to use a crane, they must notify the airport director, and if it exceeds 80% or 80 feet in height, there needs to be a paperwork filed with the FAA. So we would request that you make the following motions: to adopt a resolution approving the site and architectural review 2019-17 with the addition of the 2 airport influence area conditions as just discussed. And then secondly, adopt a resolution approving the conditional use permit subject to the finding conditions contained in the draft resolution after opening a public hearing. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you, Eva. Any questions on the staff report?
I have a question. Is there street parking available?
There is street parking available in the cul-de-sac. There's always street parking available. It's not necessarily going to be obviously like given to the applicant, like anyone can park on the street, but if 1 or 2 people needed to park on the street, that's an option.
We normally don't count on-street parking as the parking requirement. We try to make sure that all the parking requirement is on site. But nonetheless, as long as it's not red curb, people can park in the on street. Yeah.
And to add to that, one thing is that Gateway Drive is a cul-de-sac, so there won't be necessarily like fast-moving traffic driving past, so it's probably a relatively safe kind of a location to park your car, and then it's kind of limited as to what businesses or like kind of things are there that would actually be using the street parking.
Any other comments or questions? We'll open up the public hearing at 8:25. Any speaker cards?
Yes, Irving Ozawa.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Irving Ozawa. I'm the owner of the property next door. It's a child care center, which was previously approved that we put there. And one of the issues that I have, apologize, is that the first thing I noticed when I looked at the drawing was that the garbage bin is placed directly next to the playground. Okay. Now, if you're familiar with garbage bins, you know, we always have like illegal uses, people using it as dumping grounds for their stuff. It's also a place where rats like to go to, and there's a place where there's raccoons, insects, bacteria, mold, smell, foul odor. There's always a cleanliness issue. The trucks come down there and create noise, but that's a small issue. And what I'm recommending is before you approve that they move the trash dump, you know, because you previously approved the school there, it's licensed there, away from the school to the other side of the lot where there's a vacant lot and there's a driveway for the garbage trucks. I mean, they have a fire lane there. It's wide enough for the garbage trucks to pick up the garbage. And the reason, and also if you look across at the Marriott, their garbage bin is actually right next to an empty lot, and next to, way in the back, there's the agricultural section. So it's isolated also. That's one of the my primary objections to the plan that I'm looking at. The other objection I have is that the monument sign, is going to be bright, and we don't have a monument sign where the school is, and it's very close to the school. I would like it moved further down to the middle of the block. So that's where a lot of the signs for the motels on San Felipe are, smaller, but they have the sign in the middle of their lot, and rather than toward the edge of the school. Those are my two basic objections to the preliminary drawings that I have. The reason for the school is you have to take in consideration the children that are there. And last time we did the construction, it was across the street. Now it's right next to us. So we got dust issues, we've got noise issues, we've got construction workers, we've got trucks rolling in and out of there. We're right next to where their exit is for, doing all the stuff. So we're gonna have trucks gonna go try to roll through our place too. Parking is actually not that easy. There's a lot of, because of the car dealers out there, there's tons of cars parked there. There's tow trucks. If you just go down there, excuse me, can I extend my time slightly?
A couple more, I'll give you one more minute.
There's notice that the parking there is during the day is very busy. It's a very vibrant commercial area with the Ford dealer and the Chevrolet dealer. So it's not a quiet area. And I agree with the owners that they could probably park across the street when they have two hotels there, that both of them won't be full at the same time. I agree with that, but on the other hand, parking on the street is not really that viable option during the daytime. And when the construction workers are out there, it's going to be jammed. And that's my comment. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope you just take it in, keep in mind the children that are there, that previously approved thing, and that you take that all in consideration into your approval process. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question for the speaker.
Go ahead.
I understand about your concern about the trash bin being at the edge of the property. I'm not understanding the concern about the sign. How does the sign?
Well, the reason I said the sign is the sign is the lot is huge. I mean, wide. It's 1.5 acres, and yet the sign is on one side, and it's closest to the school. We have no sign up there, so I'm thinking of people mistakenly using our parking to go into the place, everything. But if it's further down, there won't be any mistake. Okay, that's issue I have, because I know that my experience is that because of the car dealers there, a lot of people, they bring their tow trucks in and they drive in from one and they circle around and they drive out the other driveway, and it happens all the time. I could be sitting there eating lunch when I used to work down there to clean it up, and I could see everybody just going right through there just like that. So I'm worried about the big trucks, and I'm worried about all those things, because the driveway is now getting close to 20 years old, and that means that it's getting closer to the day of reckoning for the driveway. So I'm very concerned about a number of things, and also I'm concerned about the children and their parents coming over and picking up the kids. And there's a lot of things that I'm concerned about. I can't mention all of them to you, but she mentions the schools, and people mention where the children go all the time, and I just think that it's a consideration. And I really appreciate the fact that it's really a good thing for Hollister to add more hotels and to build it. There's so many positive, but on the other hand, I'm trying to get rid of some of the negatives so that we can Hollister can progress and add a nice new hotel to their, but take in consideration the business that's there and the children that are there. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Arwin Camentine?
Chairman, the rest of the panel, and to each and everyone on this room, good evening. So I'm Arwin Camantigue. That's how do you say it? Okay. So I'm the owner of Hollister Child Development Center, which I'm renting to Mr. Irvin. And not much to say, because she had said already what I wanted to say. But to add up, so I hope there's a strict construction management, like for the pollution. Because I'm worried about during the construction. So I'm more worried about that, because there's 100 of students there that staying there from 6 to 6. So 6 a.m. We are operating from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the traffic is actually crazy because there's a lot of things going there, like what he said. Some of the tow trucks from Ford are like circling around, and yeah, that's a dealership, so it's a busy commercial also. And one more thing, what else should I say? Oh yeah, so it's 6 to 6, so of course we need something that for the noise and everything, and for the debris, of course. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers. Looks like we have one more.
My name is Prakash Patel. I stay in San Jose. And I guess I'm the developer, if you want to call it the owner. On the concerns, I just want to address the concerns which the other gentleman had. As far as the garbage is concerned, initially we only had one driveway, and per the code, we can manage with one driveway. But the fire department wanted a circulation, so because of the width of the building, we managed to put a 15-foot strip on the on the left side of the map right now. But it's not to be used normally. In case of emergency, the fire department can still go over it and come out. And the same token, they requested to put a exit also on that side, which we have. So, but for the garbage cans, if you were to move on the other side, the question becomes, it's more noise because now the truck has to turn 100% both ways, trying to make a left turn into it and make a circle, which will be a challenge. And that's the reason if both the hotels, if you look at it, the garbage comes in reverse, comes straight to the garbage and takes it away. So it's less noisy overall. And as far as the garbage is concerned, by our franchise requirements, we have to have, it's all enclosed, one. There's water and drainage there also, which we have to keep it clean and keep it clean after every time the garbage is picked up. So we never have any issues about any of the animals or anything getting into it or people getting into it. Across the street also we manage that way too. And all the franchises make you put, which is not required by the city sometimes, that you have to put water and drainage there to clean it up regularly, so there is no issues. And I guess the dust and everything, we do the best we can, but that's going to be happen during construction. So, but we do have management for that also. And the parking wise, as I mentioned before, that there are very few days we are 100% full. But even during the 100% full, there's so many people who come with one car, or there's two gentlemen, but they take two different rooms but one car. Those kind of situations, they are always there. So normally, even on a full day or full occupancy, you'll still find parking because there'll be those 5 or 10 rooms which people will be doubling up as far as into the car. And one more question on the street parking. At night, when we need the parking, it's always there. Daytime, yeah, maybe, but we've been there anytime and you can go see it, that there is always parking there. Thanks.
Thank you.
And if there's any other questions, I can help.
Just a question in regards to the signage that your neighboring property had mentioned.
I was not sure where it is. I think the frontage where we didn't put it, because the bioswale is a situation. I don't know if you know, the bioswale, those bioswales, because of the new regulations, are a challenge. And trying to put a structure in a bioswale becomes a challenge because so much of bioswale is required, and we are already fighting to meet that requirement. So that's why it's on the right side and not on the middle, because that whole frontage is bioswale. So if we can try it, we can move it. It doesn't make a difference to us whether it's in the middle or on the side. But the only reason it's there, because on that side we have less, but in the frontage is most of the bioswale is there.
Okay, thank you.
Any other speakers?
No more speakers.
I'll close the public hearing now at 8:36. Just a clarification on the site circulation, that, make sure I understand this correctly. So you've got your entrance coming off of Gateway Drive, and there's a fire hydrant back on the south part of the building. So if the fire truck goes past the building, comes off of Gateway Drive and makes a right turn and is at the southern end, how does the fire truck, you would have to back up? Or how would-
No, so this, on the left of the screen, this checked area is the permeable paver emergency vehicle access way. So it's not designed to be utilized by just the general clientele, but it is wide enough that a emergency vehicle can loop.
Can loop?
Correct.
Seems like a pretty tight turn there.
So one of the requirements of the fire code is for buildings that are, I believe it's 4 stories and taller, that they have 360-degree fire or emergency vehicle access. So on this site, it's not paved on the west side, the west side, but it's per the fire department, it's adequate to provide 360-degree emergency vehicle access in the case that they did need to loop or park a vehicle, like a fire truck or something, on this side. I don't know if they can fit a full engine, but I believe they can fit like a ladder truck on that side.
It just seems like a real tight turn there, but I guess I understand the intention of it. Okay. Just to understand how it's intended to function.
If I may, one thing just on the public comment on the signage, from my understanding, the physical sign itself is not lighted. It's lit from above by a light that's also lighting the parking lot. So I'm not sure, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, but I believe that there's like a street light, and I think that there's 3, and I'm sorry I didn't put a photo of the photometric plan in my slides, but it is the last page of your plans. And so they're lighting the parking lot, and the sign happens to be near it. So it'll be lit from above by lights. So I'm not sure that the sign itself is lit, like internally.
Thank you. I do know on the trash enclosures, they're requiring that to be either, it's not like in the older designs where it was left open. They have to be a cover on it, and it has to have drainage, and it's for stormwater management. There's certainly a lot of different practices on that are in place now. I know in conditions on the noise, there is a condition that contractor is to employ noise suppression, and there are hours of operation that he's supposed to follow out those guidelines.
Correct.
I don't see offhand a better location for the trash enclosure that would make sense. So, but again, I just wanted to tell you is that Public Works does require those trash enclosures to have a cover or a roof shelter on it to prevent rainwater from getting into the trash and going down to the storm drain. So it's not like the older ones. So there's been a lot of improvements in that regard.
I just like to make a comment about that. I wonder if the staff in the child care center has really clear information about who they could go to in the event that they saw something of concern related to that, because it does sound like there's a good plan for how to keep the trash area clean and so that it doesn't attract rodents and other things. But in the event that that did happen, I think if they just had some really good information about where to go to get help as soon as possible, because we're talking about children, so we want to make sure that that doesn't, if that were to happen, that it wouldn't be left, unresolved for any period of time. And I think it would be the same thing during the construction period, because obviously there's going to be some inconveniences. There's going to be dust. There's going to be more noise. But if it became like totally just untenable, the situation that they would have a place, a contact person, phone number, where to go, I think that would be really important for them to have, right?
Absolutely, Commissioner Roxanne, that's a really good point. Like Brian was mentioning earlier, we're really accessible. Ultimately, that lies in the responsibility of the code enforcement department. Doesn't necessarily have to go directly to the code enforcement. They can certainly come to the development services department right in front of the Granada Theater, 339 5th Street. And the owners of the Lotus Management are really accessible as well. Prakash, Rakesh, they're a phone call away. We can contact them and have them take care of it. Ultimately, hopefully it doesn't have to lead to a point where code enforcement needs to be involved, but definitely for issues in regards to like issues with garbage, we can certainly try that approach if there's any type of issues. Regarding dust, the building department in the conditions of approval, there is a condition indicating that dust needs to be controlled. There's parameters that need to be taken into effect, such as watering the site during construction every certain time, trying to keep that low. And even with that, sometimes it can be pretty intense, especially if it's dry. And so if the superintendent that's doing the construction project is not following through, I mean, they should keep that low or eliminate it. But if they're not following through, definitely you can contact the City of Hollister building department. We're in the same location, and the building department will definitely be out there right away and can essentially stop work until that gets taken care of. But we are accessible for that at any time.
And is that, would that be true for, like, to have somebody respond if it was like really late in the day? So they're open until 6. I believe the planning office is only open till 5. So if it were to happen, something were to happen late in the day, would they still have access to somebody until their facility closes, or even maybe a little after, because staff might still be there?
Yeah, so there are construction hours in regards to like the dust and so forth, but where people can be out there constructing. But in regards to, like, for example, if there's issues with the garbage, at that point, I mean, we do have an emergency number as well, or non-emergency number that we can facilitate to the neighbors as well to be able to call.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, the public hearing's
I
been
believe
closed.
that the public hearing's closed. If you'd like, I think you can reopen it if the chairperson decides so.
Okay, I'll reopen the public hearing. 14 minutes to 9. I'm going to keep you to 3 minutes, though.
When it comes to the reason why I expressly think about the trash issue is because, in that particular area, and this happens in a lot of areas, there's homeless people, druggies, everything else and people do illegal dumping of trash. When I say illegal dumping of trash, I mean they actually use the trash bins to dump their stuff. And they're not supposed to be. It's supposed to be like for hotel use, etc. And in that area, in my school in particular, they have people using the water, etc. And what I'm pointing out is that although I understand it's more expensive to put asphalt and put it on the other side, just for the sake of the fact that the Children's Center was pre-approved way before this building was, and that they did not take that into consideration when they did the design. Maybe they should actually spend the money, okay, to avoid issues. And that means putting asphalt there and allowing them to put the garbage disposal on the other side. Now, if you look very carefully at their current building, you'll see that it's way on the back, and there's a wide driveway there, but it's also the empty lot, and they don't have problems like that. I understand that because where it's located, but where we're located, and you're asking a bunch of people to take over and control a situation that in my belief is not always controllable. And that's been my experience in terms of this building and other facilities that I've worked with. So I'm just saying that I know everyone is correct, but I'm just saying the reality is you're dealing with a people issue, and not all the people are cleanly and clean and they do the right thing. And that's what, and then if they change their franchise, and once again, the garbage is in the wrong side. So they're no longer a Holiday Inn. They drop them, they decide to go on their own, everything changes again, and that's business. And I'm just trying to say, listen, if you solve the problem now, then this won't be an issue later. And sure, they may not want to spend their money for asphalt, but that might be the best thing for them and best thing for the child care center, and it might resolve the problem. And that's what I'm discussing. I'm not saying, look, you can approve the plan the way it is because I know it's good, but I also know it's bad at the same time because other issues and other decisions were made in the past that make this decision important, not because of the current, your approval process and how good it is for Hollister. But I agree, it's fantastic for Hollister, but I believe that it should be on the other side, and that would resolve the problem. The people who build next will see it, they'll make their adjustments, and we'll go on forward. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, I close the public hearing, 10 minutes to 9. Any other comments on this?
Can you point to where the sign is going to be on the map?
Yes, so the sign is here. It's, this is the circular base, and then this is the tenant signage. So this is the first entrance off
That's
Gateway.
the driveway, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would understand the concern about where the sign is and confusion about driveways if the sign was on the very border of the property, but it's not. It's inside a little bit, and there's a driveway in front of it. So if anything, there's a chance they're going to miss the sign, and they're just going to end up driving at the cul-de-sac and come in through the back entrance, right? So that's my comment.
Any other comments?
I too have the same concerns about the garbage. Is there, I don't think you had one on your slide, but like someone explain what it looks like to me, so that I have a more clear idea of like what you're talking about, like an enclosure. Is it locked? Like you said, I don't worry so much about the smell because you said we have the water, we got, to clean it. There's rules for that. But I do have the same concerns about homeless people because we do have a high homeless population. There is a drug problem. They tend to go towards the garbage because that's where there's food. And this is gonna have a continental breakfast, there's gonna be food. They're just trying to live their lives, but it is a possibility, and it's right next to this playground where these kids play all day long. Because I'm pretty sure they come out at different intervals throughout the day. It's not just 10 to 10:30 or 12 to 12:30. It's an all-day thing. Is there like a security measure? Is it locked? Is it? I'm trying to see what it looks like, get an idea of what it looks like.
Sure. I think the applicant can answer as well, but it's a stucco wall, I believe, and then the front has 2 metal doors. And I was going to check because I couldn't remember if it did have like a actual top like ceiling or if it was just like the lids of the dumpster. So if you just give me 1 second.
It's a stucco CMU wall.
The roof of it too?
It's
Like, is it completely, like, you can't even just jump into it type? That's what I'm curious about.
It's very simple. This county does not allow roofs on trash enclosures.
Okay.
Other counties do, this one does not.
Does anybody know why?
Because the trucks pull in and they hit the roof.
The height of the wall is 6 feet 8 inches. I mean, they could, from a design standpoint, it makes sense to have the trash enclosure at that location where trash trucks pull up straight down the main driveway there, and actually they could back up and if you move, it can be moved, I guess it can, excuse me. It can be moved maybe a few spaces towards the west. Then they would have to rearrange the parking spaces where the trash enclosure could be relocated from, and maybe have a couple of stalls there. I mean, it can possibly be looked at from a design standpoint, but it wouldn't be as functional from a trash truck standpoint.
Just as I said, my concern, they're kids, and that's where, you know, they're very vulnerable, they're very impressionable, and I'm a huge advocate for children. That's one thing you're gonna hear from me a lot, is about kids, because I'm their voice. We have to be their voice as adults. So I share those same concerns, which is why I'm asking all these questions, because I wanna make sure that our children are safe, because I want my friends or my neighbors or myself to drop my kids off and know they're gonna be safe.
Sure.
I know that the schools are protected, they have fences, I get that, but then they're also gonna see things too, and that's where children are the most impressionable, what they see and what they hear. So I said, it's a valuable concern. I don't know the answer to that, or how to remedy that, but I do share that concern.
Well, we could ask the applicant to explore a different design on that, move it to the west. I don't know, what are your views?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a
mean,
really
it's-
good suggestion.
It's possible
at
that it
least
can be,
something
it could be revised,
to-
but it's
to
just like I say, you're losing your functionality. I mean, it's not gonna be as functional from a trash truck standpoint. It's gonna have to maneuver, and it makes it a little more difficult to. But, I mean, you know, I want this to be as good of a project as we can. I mean, if there's a revision that we can entertain here, and make it, mitigate it, and for the sake of the children, from the children's center, right from that edge, we could ask the applicant to, as a condition, to see if they could push it away farther.
Yeah,
Danny, did you have any comments that you
Well,
wanted?
I was,
I'm just looking at the plan. I mean, the issue that I hear that's being discussed right now is the actual location of the trash enclosure. You know, does it sit on the easterly side of, you know, the property, or can it be slid to the west side? I
I'm
mean,
thinking of moving it to the west.
My concern is it's right next to a playground, and that's where the kids are.
And to be quite honest with you, that playground that is located there, that facility is completely fenced. The children are not getting out, and they're not gonna get in the trash enclosure. However, there may be the possibility that trash enclosure could be relocated, and that might be something that we can work with the applicant, and maybe you modify, you know, your conditions such that the applicant will work with the city engineer to.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm entertaining. If that can be worked out, make it better move it to the west, that's what I'm saying.
You know, the concerns would be that, you know, if you move it to the west, you have enough turning radius to get the truck over to the westerly side.
That's what I'm trying to see how the truck access would be, the trash truck,
Yeah.
for the turning radius and all that. But I think it can be moved to the west, and then parking spaces can be.
I would recommend that we move with approval and just have slight modification to that.
Yeah, Okay.
If I may, Commissioner Huboy, we actually have a contact at Recology that we are now able to send our preliminary plans or the plans that are coming through, and they have a whole team that looks over the locations and the accessibility of it, and they confirm with us. So it is something that, should you choose to condition it, not only working with the city engineer, we could have it looked at by the Recology team to confirm the access of that new proposed location.
Very good, very good. Thank you, Amber. Yes. Okay, what is the pleasure of the Planning Commission on this item? So we have the two conditions also, if we go that way, regarding the trash enclosure, to work with Recology and revise the location. We also have the two airport area conditions.
Is there a PC resolution on this?
2019-49.
Do you want to, am I entertaining a motion?
I'll make the motion to adopt a resolution number 2019 -49 approving site and architectural review, number 2019-17 with the addition of the two airport influence area conditions as discussed, as well as the applicant working with the staff to relocate the dumpster, as well as working with Recology to make sure that it's accessible as well.
Do I have a second on that
I
motion?
second that.
Further discussion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Project has been approved. Thank you.
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution number
Oh, conditional use permit, yeah.
-50 approving conditional use permit, number 2019-6 subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Conditional use permit has been approved. Congratulations.
Good luck with the project. Thank you for
Thank
working
you.
with your
Yeah.
neighbors.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for attending the commission and meeting and expressing your concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we here? Okay, let's see. We go to item number 2, site and architectural review number 2019-15. Philip Moss, Taco Bell. The applicant is requesting site and architectural approval to remodel the existing 2,620 square foot Taco Bell drive-through restaurant at 431 Tres Pinos Road, which is located in the general commercial GC zoning district. The property is located within the Hollister Shopping Center, south of Tres Pinos Road, further identified as San Benito County Assessor Parcel Number 057-230-016, CEQA categorical exemption.
Thank you. This project involves the 20-year successor Modern Explorer exterior facade improvements and interior remodel of the existing Taco Bell. The entire building will be prepped for a new exterior. The existing cement plaster will be power washed. Any cracks will be sealed and repaired. The patching and repair of the stucco will be done as needed. All trellis features will be removed. In addition to the flying arches of the northern, eastern, and western elevations will be removed as well. The tower on which they currently exist will be raised and squared off in cement plaster. The main building will be painted in a light gray color and have a building trim band that will, have existing smaller accent bands being painted in a light gray, topped with the existing EIFs filled in and painted in purple with another smaller light gray accent band. All existing galvanized metal capping, flashing, and parapets will be primed and painted dark gray. The towers will be painted light gray and have purple accent walls on the western and northern elevations around the doors, and the third purple accent wall on the eastern side elevation where the new drive-through window will be. The existing stone veneers around the exterior of the building will remain. It will be patched and repaired as needed. All existing canopies shall be removed and replaced with dark bronze canopies. All existing exterior lighting will be removed and replaced with downward casting barn lights. The signage on the northern, eastern, and western elevations will be removed and replaced with Taco Bell's updated logo and white channel letters. The existing exterior artwork locations will remain, one on the right side of the western elevation and 2 pieces on either side of the drive-through window on the eastern elevation. The trellises above of the art pieces will be removed, restuccoed, and painted to provide a homogeneous surface towards the building. The art pieces will be bright and colorful and incorporate various designs and patterns and integration of Taco Bell's products such as hot sauce packets, tacos, burritos, and soft drinks into the art pieces. The frames will be trimmed in black, and the existing barn-style lighting above the pieces will be painted black, as well as the exterior wall mount lighting currently placed on either side of the art pieces. The western elevation of the building will have an ADA-compliant ramp with a black guardrail that guests can use to access the restaurant storefront. In addition to the exterior facade improvements, the applicant is also making 10 improvements to the interior to go along with the upgrades that are be made on the exterior. All interior upgrades shall be subject to the building approval. The improvements included, but not limited to, the upgrading of the existing restrooms to be current to ADA requirements, increase seating and provide new seating, install new wall and floor tiles, paint the dining and restroom areas, replace the existing ceiling and add LED lighting, upgrade the digital signboards, as well as install a new front service countertop and mop sink. The proposed project does not encompass the parking lot, nor does it have any landscape changes. This project will be confined to the interior and exterior of the building only. And with that, it is staff's recommendation that the Planning Commission review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and consider approving site and architectural 2019-15 subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you, Amber. Any questions on the staff report? Okay, no questions. I'll open up the public hearing now at 5 minutes after 9. Are any speaker cards on this item? Brian?
Yes, we have one, and it's Philip Moss.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I know it's getting late. I'm going to keep this pretty brief unless you have questions, which I would love to take the opportunity to respond to. This generated because this site's not ADA compliant on a couple reasons. And the other issue was that the trash enclosure is undersized according to the ecology, so we had to remove the one next to the building and build one out in the parking lot. We worked with ecology, and that's why I'm familiar with no roofs, because their drivers can't get into the spaces. We are, as you know, re-imaging this building. We're getting rid of the bright orange amber wave color and such, and kind of muting the main wall colors down. We're simplifying the towers down to just squares. So it's basically a new image that Taco Bell wants to go forward in some shape or form on all their existing buildings and new buildings. The rest of it is mainly a cleanup and refurbishing the interior tile and making the interior bathrooms now ADA compliant and all gender single sex bathrooms. So that's basically it. From the edge of the pavement out to the parking lot, we're not touching it. We are relocating the ADA parking because it's not compliable anymore to where it's at, so we had to move that. And you'll actually see 2 big ramps coming up because this building is so far above the parking that we had to put ramps in. There was also no access to the street, which is now an ADA requirement, so we are building that access to the street. So we decided to take the opportunity. We're spending that much money and doing that much work. We decided to go ahead and bring the building up to current Taco Bell standards. So the signage will be the exact same size, just slightly different colors. No longer it's going to be a little bit more muted on the signage also. So I appreciate any questions you have or comments, and
Just a comment on the art wall feature that's going to be somewhat of a template for Taco Bell type of theme. Is that correct, or is it open to carte blanche to?
I should have mentioned that I was a planning commissioner for 20 years. And what I would say if I was sitting on your side of the table is, I don't think that's very attractive. I would ask you to remove that.
No, I'm totally opposite.
Okay.
I'm also serve on the Public Art Review Committee, and I embrace public art.
Right.
That to me is, I like it. I like that feature.
Okay. It's up to the owner to work with the city on different artwork or rotating artwork, or how they would work that in there.
Oh, you're open it to like local artists?
Back.
We'll
I
just let
would
it go
have
at
to
that.
ask the owner, the operations person. Yeah. But I think one panel could be opened up to.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so in all clarity, we've tried this before. If you have a point person in an art committee that can help us, that would work. But if we just say, we'll work with the art community, it doesn't work very well. After one or two times, connections drop off, people drop off. And so
Right.
if you have a strong art committee that would come forward and say, every 6 months we have something we'd like to put up there, then it's probably very workable. But when we've done this in the past, it's not worked out because that art committee drops off, or people drop off, or the high school students lose interest. So it ends up being a blank, and then Taco Bell comes in and puts up whatever. Anyway.
I understand. Okay. Well, I might look into that and get back to you.
Yeah, it's Taco Bell's always doing an outreach to the community. In fact, I'm doing one in Sacramento where we're hiring local artists to come inside. So it's really a goal for Taco Bell to reach out to local artists. And
So you've done that before then? You've reached out to local artists for
Yes.
your art wall? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll certainly look into that.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for the
Can I
applicant?
ask just one quick question? I know that you said you wouldn't be doing anything beyond the building, but I'm just wondering, will there be an impact on drive-through services at all? And I only ask this because I have used that drive-through, and it actually works really nicely. And I'm not sure whether this will in any way impact it. And in some of our other drive-throughs with some of our other fast food restaurants, not so efficient and comfortable. This one actually works pretty well. So I'm just wondering, will there be any impact to that?
Well, the only issue is to the drive-through that we're changing is the trash enclosures at the back of the building is going to go away. So there's going to be much more open there when you come around the corner. So it's probably going to improve it slightly.
I just have a logistical question. Are you guys gonna be open during construction, or are you guys shutting down business until then?
Most of the time, we have to shut down for 2 to 3 weeks when we're building the towers because we're working around the building.
Okay.
Then usually we can keep one of the restrooms open and serve through the drive-through window, but close the dining because we're tearing out all the tile and all the seats in the dining room.
Okay. I asked because I know that teenagers frequent that Taco Bell a lot, because the high school is right down the street. And then I said,
Right.
that's where they go. So I was just curious. That was my own curiosity, so.
Yeah, no, we would, I would talk to the operations about whether it's more appropriate to close down the drive-through and make it a walk-up for the students, or just keep the drive-through open and try to figure another way to work with.
Considers the drive-through a road surface.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can drive a horse up there, though.
They could be on the road surface.
Yeah. So,
We could get creative.
yeah.
Pony rides.
I mean, I don't want to get too far into this, but I had one in Portland, Oregon, where the whole building was torn down except one side, and people were still coming through the drive-through. So they don't, they're not very visible, or, I mean, visual sometimes, and so the people just instinctively keep driving through them. So.
Thank you.
But yes, we will keep the restaurant. We will attempt to keep it open all but about 3 weeks of the 8 to 10 weeks of construction this will take.
You may be able to get creative too, because the kids come through in very specific
Yeah, there's conversations that could be had. Well, it's obviously, almost 60%, if not more, business goes through that drive-through lane for Taco Bell.
Okay.
So it's behooves us to try to keep it open as much as possible.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you for your time.
Any other speakers on this?
No other speakers.
I'll close the public hearing now at 12 minutes after 9. What's the pleasure of the commission on this item?
I believe the Taco Bell in Morgan Hill, right off the freeway, went through this upgrade, and it actually looks really nice.
I like the improvements. I think
Yeah.
it'll be certainly a big plus. Okay, so I entertain a motion on this. Kevin, you want to give it a shot?
And it will be 2019-51.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve site and architectural application 2019-15, subject to the findings and conditions contained in the draft resolution 2019-51.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That item has been approved. Congratulations.
Congratulations on the project.
Thank you. Let's see where we are.
That'd be item number 4.
Item number 4, conditional use permit number 2019-8. Juvenento Rodriguez. The applicant is requesting conditional use permit approval for renovation of the existing building to include an open retail tobacco lounge in the front half of the first store of the building, a separate cigar lounge and bar area are being proposed in the rear. The retail and cigar lounge components are permitted by the right in the downtown mixed-use zoning district, so the conditional use permit approval is only considering the inclusion of a liquor bar area. The project is located at 419 San Benito Street with the downtown mixed-use zoning district further identified as San Benito County Assessor's parcel number 054-120-032.
Thank you, Chairperson Huboy.
Welcome.
The applicant is requesting a conditional permit approval for a liquor bar within the lounge area of a newly proposed Lexington Cigar Lounge, which is located in the downtown mixed-use district at 419 San Benito Street. The smoke shop and retail components of this proposed business are permitted by right per section 17.22.080 alcohol uses of the city municipal code. Determine that the applicant is, the application is solely for the Planning Commission to determine whether or not a conditional use permit for the off-site and on-site sale of alcohol should be permitted for this location. The Lexington Cigar Lounge will specialize in the sales of cigars with a retail storefront and have a cigar lounge with a bar behind it. The rear portion of the building will have an additional private lounge, cooler, storage space, and 2 bathrooms. The cigar lounge will be operated by 4 employees and will be open 7 days a week with hours of operation from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday through Sunday. Access to the bar, which is located within the lounge, will be allowed to the patrons one of 3 ways. 1, they are a paying member. 2, they have purchased a cigar for the retail shop. 3, they have paid a cutting fee when they have brought in their own cigars. The applicant would like to emphasize that the bar is solely a complimentary feature to the cigar lounge and is made only available to the patrons that are intending to smoke within the establishment. In the submittal, it was also noted that the ABC, or the Alcohol Beverage Control Department, will set the stipulations and regulations on how much alcohol can be sold. Once the formal application for the liquor license is filed, a license agent will be assigned to decide the percentage of alcohol sales. The alcohol sales are planned to be anywhere from 10 to 25% of the sales overall. On September 5th, 2019, the planning staff presented this item to the Development Review Committee, the DRC, which is made up of the city staff representing various departments and divisions, including planning, engineering, building, utilities, police, and fire, among others, who provide their respective discipline input regarding development applications subject to the development review provisions of the city's municipal code. It was during this time that the Hollister Police Department made the determination that in order for the applicant to be able to serve alcohol at the proposed location, a food component would be warranted. In addition, the proposed project was further reviewed by the police chief, who concurred with the police determination that had been made at DRC. In an email to planning staff regarding this determination, the police chief cites that currently the town only has one bar, meaning it only serves alcohol and there's no food component, and that the rest of the businesses that have been allowed to sell and provide for the consumption of alcohol on the premises are food establishments. Police have noted that food sales on site often tend to help with issues like fighting and associated violence at bars. Police have also stated that they are not in favor of the establishment's facility as it is represented in the current plans from a security and a safety standpoint. The proposed bar and lounge area are located behind a wall that divides the retail component at the storefront. Officers would be placed in danger when responding to an incident, and if they had to enter into the bar, they'd basically be going in blind. I do know that the applicant has been in contact with police regarding this particular wall and has offered to provide solutions that makes it more visible with windows. Lastly, I would like to add that while a food component has been warranted or asked for by police, the California state law does not permit the mixture of smoke with food components. Since no consensus was able to be reached by the DRC due to the police's comments herein stated, staff recommends that the Planning Commission do one of the following. 1, review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and adopt a resolution denying conditional use permit 2019-8 based on the findings as provided in the resolution. Or review the applicant's request, receive all written and oral testimony regarding the proposal, and adopt a resolution recommending that the conditional use permit 2019 be brought to the City Council for their determination. Are there any questions for staff? And the applicant is here as well, if you would like.
So with the applicant then, after the concerns about the wall, was there any response from the police department in terms of modifying the wall, like putting windows in the wall, or was there a response to an alternate design on that from the police department?
The applicant is saying no, that there was no confirmation.
It was still an issue.
I believe that the applicant has tried to reach out a few times, and he can speak to the issue, but he has not heard a response back
Okay, well,
from
when I
the
open up the
department.
public hearing, we'll hear from the applicant. Okay. Comments?
So I have a few comments. I don't know that I necessarily have questions. One question that I do have is around how you determine consensus for that one group. And so do they take a vote and then decide, or do they just have a discussion and see if the group can come to some kind of an agreement? I'm just curious if we know how many were leaning towards approval, how many, if we have a sense of that.
So for this project, it's it's pretty unique. I would say for the most part, when we're talking about the DRC coming to a consensus, we're usually able to condition a project to meet all of the requests that different departments have. The reason that this one is so unique is that the police is asking for a food component, which basically shuts down what the applicant is trying to propose. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
so
want to add.
yeah, so essentially, when we get together, by the time we get together, the development review committee, all the members, all the representatives from all the different departments, as Amber mentioned, police, fire, building, engineering, they've all had an opportunity to review the plans, proposals, reach out to us if they had any questions and so forth. And so when we're at the development review committee, what we do is we try to get everybody's comments. We try to go one by one. We present similar to what we do here, and then we try to get everybody's comments on their area of expertise, water, building, code, things of that nature, fire department, sprinklers, if all that's required. And so we try to come to a consensus in regards to if there is something that the official does not see on the plans, but can possibly be able to request through a condition of approval, then we get those conditions of approval. We start getting those conditions of approval implemented in a draft resolution. And if that meets the satisfaction of the official, great. Sometimes we send out a notice of incomplete to the applicant and say, we actually need you to revise the plans so we can see the change on the plans. But if it comes to some type of condition or revision of the plans to show the concern has been met from that department, then normally that department is good. And so normally we don't move it forward to the planning commission until we have that consensus overall from all the members of the development review committee. In this case, everybody's concerns in a way have been met through conditions of approval or through what the plan shows, except for, as Amber mentioned, police requirements. And so therefore, normally we come before you. One of the typical whereases in the resolution is that it's been brought to the development review committee. The development review committee has recommended approval with conditions. And so in this case, because we weren't able to get that specifically through the police department, that is why, as Amber is indicating, we're leaving that option. If it is the planning commission's desire not to approve, then we have that resolution. However, if the planning commission deems that really it should be considered for approval, then because of the nature of the project and having police being one of the agencies in the DRC that was requesting that it didn't get approved as proposed, we asked that instead of the planning commission approving it, that it moves forward to the city council. And at that point, the city council can determine. The chief of police usually sits where I'm sitting during the city council meeting, and he is present at that time and can address. But it's we certainly have those options.
Okay, and so here's my comment.
Sure.
I've been to a couple of these lounges, and I have some friends that really like them. I'm not
Sure.
That's not my big thing, but I know a lot of people. I have never got this sense that people go to these places to get drunk. So when I read that from the police department, I was wondering where that was coming from. If it was a bar, then I can see that. But generally, when people go there, they're just there to relax. They're gonna have a cigar, maybe have a drink. That's probably about it. So I tried to look up some data, some research around criminal element, DUIs related to them. I couldn't find anything. And so I just wonder if they're being overly cautious in just equating alcohol, then that means criminal activity. And I'm just wondering if it's based on anything. And so I would push back to our chief, respect, and ask that they're like, just kind of straight rejection of this. If they do that they provide some basis for it, because I don't see that as an issue with this type of a lounge. In fact, it's the opposite. I think people just generally go there to have a cigar and relax. The alcohol is kind of secondary, as opposed to if you go to a bar and there's food, you don't really care about the food, you care about the alcohol. So it just seems kind of counterintuitive to think about it in those terms. My inclination would be to do the latter, which is to refer, just have it move on. I don't think we should shut it down. I kind of like the idea of having another experience, another entertainment experience downtown that kind of fits in with, you go to have dinner, then you go have a cigar, maybe a drink, and then if you really want to get a little crazy, then you go to the bar. But you know what I mean? I think it does fit in. So I kind of feel like there is that the police, because they're responsible for our safety, and I appreciate their concerns around that. I think though that what they're recommending or what their comments are not based on the experience of that kind of a lounge. And if it is, then I'd like to have more information about that. I wasn't able to find anything. I just, Googled it. I tried to look through for some reason. All the research that's out there is just generally about the experience, but it doesn't have any like criminal data to back it or anything. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. I think if we were to deny it, I think we should deny it based on some solid data and information. And I don't think that we have that. I don't think that the police has provided that for us. If they can, then I would maybe reconsider. I would think about it in a different way. So that's my comment.
Any other comments on the staff report? I will open up the public hearing now at 9:29. The applicant care to address the commission.
Sure, we have one Jesus Rodriguez.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you very much for allowing us your time to speak to you. Commissioner Stevens, that was one of my first comments when I heard that comment from the Chief of Police. There were some other issues, but I'm not going to go over them. I'm looking to move forward and address the problems. After speaking with the Chief of Police, I approached my client and referenced about the police department concerns. We were thinking when we went on to the design stages of it to have the privacy of the wall. After speaking with him, my client have approved or agree to put a couple of windows so that the blindsided portion, we want safety for everybody, not only for our clients, but also for our police department. We have that option. We weren't able to address it on the drawings because of the communication problems we had. The other option the other issue that the Chief of Police addressed was he was concerned with the private lounge. After discussing it with my client, the inner wall to the hallway and the outer wall to the lounge will be removed. There will no longer be a private lounge, having it a larger area for the clients to enjoy their cigars. As we stated before, the main purpose of the business is the sale of tobacco and cigar accessories. That's our primary focus. The alcohol, as Commissioner Stevens mentioned, is a complement to your cigars. We're regulated in many ways, but the two key factors that regulates us is number one, the state of California tobacco law says we can only be open so many hours. Our shut-off time is midnight on Saturday and Friday. The rest of the time, we're only open from 4 to 11 p.m. The second part of it is ABC, Alcohol Board Control, regulates the amount of sales that we can make because we are a tobacco retailer lounge. So again, our business is not based on 100% the sales of alcohol. It's a percentage. We can't tell you that percentage right now. My client is speculating to have anywhere between 10 and 25% of the total sales, but once we get issued a representative from ABC, he will be the one dictating what the percentage will be. And for what we have researched, it will not be 100% because that's how they regulate the cigar lounges. You guys have any, that completes everything. Anybody has any more questions for me?
Yeah, I do have a question. So the function then of the wall between the lounge and the retail, can you just kind of clarify what that the reason for the wall?
Primarily, the wall is to stop anybody from walking into the lounge. That was the original idea on it, and for the privacy of the members of the cigar lounge.
It's,
It's actually California law. You can't have the lounge and the retail together. It has to be separate, because you have smoke in the work area. So, that's why the wall's there.
So the wall will be there, or the wall is being
The
removed?
wall will be there with 2 windows so that anybody coming through that retail area has access to it in order to accommodate the request by the chief of police. Now, the wall that, if you look at the drawing, says private lounge, the one that separates the lounge from it, that wall will be removed along to the wall to the hallway, because that was one of his concerns too, that he was concerned walking into that room would be walking into a blind
I
zone.
got you.
So
Okay.
both of those areas will be addressed. The windows on the wall on the west side separating the retail and the lounge, and what is labeled in the drawing as the private lounge, that those 2 walls will be removed.
the windows that you're planning or proposing to put in the wall that separates the retail and the lounge, how large are those windows?
That was one of the things that I wanted to talk to him at the time I spoke with him. Don't want to sound rude, but it's like, we have plenty of bars in town. We don't need another one. And I says, well, we never submitted our application with the intent of having a bar. We were having a cigar lounge, so I wasn't able to discuss with him the size of windows that he may want, but we're open for that discussion.
Is there a rear entry into the building?
Yes, there is a rear entry out of the parking lot on the back there's a free parking area between, actually she's showing it to you, between 217 and the road from 403 to 427. There's a parking lot and there's an entry to the rear.
Was there any comments from the DRC or PD in regards to the rear entrance?
No, sir.
The door that leads into the lounge, that could be a tempered glass door with lights.
That was one of the things that I discussed with my client in order for safety for everybody. So yes, we could, the windows, we were looking into that aspect along with the door if it's necessary.
I think, can you understand from the police point of view, without the visibility that's going on in the lounge area, then there's trepidation on
It is totally understanding.
going through into an enclosed space, because that's a large, you can get 50 occupants in there. It's over 800 square feet. So, I mean,
Was that one of the things that was being addressed, is the windows on the front of the building? Were those gonna be enlarged?
The front of the building was not mentioned. All he was concerned is with the inner wall separating the retail and the lounge, that he was concerned walking in and not being able to have any view of what was happening inside in the lounge area.
And what was the dimensions of the window on that inner wall?
At this time, we don't have any windows in it. That's the part where I think Chairman DuBois made a question, what size the window was gonna be. I'm open for suggestions. We're not, we're trying to comply here, and I can make it, whatever it is necessary.
Does that interfere with the privilege of a member going back versus retail?
No, it does not. Originally, primarily, the purpose of the wall, as my client commented, number one was for privacy, and number two was to separate the retail from the lounge, because you can't be smoking in that retail area.
I see.
So that was the main purpose at the time. So at this time, we're open for any recommendations from the chief of police so that we can address his concerns in reference to the wall.
And then I've got 2 more questions. The alcohol that is regulated by the ATF, is that an overall sale, or is it per day sale?
Overall
overall.
sales, yeah.
And then the sales of tobacco, is that just cigars or is it cigars and
Yeah,
cigarettes?
cigars.
Is that regulated?
No. No, it's
Okay.
not regulated. So it would be the sales of cigars and cigars accessories.
Okay.
Does it have to be just cigars, or could it be other things?
For my conversation with my client, his main purpose is cigars.
Okay, but it could change to something else.
No, just cigars, that's it. Cigarillos, the little cigars, but nothing else. No cigarettes, no pipe tobacco.
Okay.
The only accessories is torches and
All right.
ashtrays.
And what is to stop someone from bringing cannabis in there?
From my personal perspective, there's nothing I can do. Once the person walks in, then we will rely on security to escort them out. We're not going to be searching anybody because.
Is
you know,
is it legal to smoke cannabis in there?
No, it's not because
Okay.
you have to have I believe it's a different
License.
different license for it. So it's just strictly cigars.
Okay.
But you can only go in the back with a cigar purchase or membership. You'll have a locker, your own cigar store.
Okay.
You mentioned privacy a couple times. So what is the issue about privacy and smoking? What is it? I mean, does it
From my perspective, we were wanted to provide a quiet environment, okay? That's, well, first of all, the wall was for state of California law, separating the retail from it. We were looking at the reference of privacy. Once you put a window there, yeah, the privacy is still there, people can just, yell at you from the retail side. They will have to have access into the lounge in order to carry on a conversation with you. So it's just the privacy at that time. After we got the concerns from the chief of police, we understood what he's referring to. So we're trying to, facilitate everything for everybody so that we can all get along together.
I noticed in the storefront, you've got a 4048 fixed window and a 48410 fixed window. Probably if you put two, at least 4050s in there, I think you're going to get plenty of visibility.
Don't have a problem changing those windows in the front either.
No, not the front, in the wall.
Oh, the wall, the one,
Yeah.
originally when I spoke with Amber, after I finished talking to the chief of police, I said, 4050 or 4060.
I think you need at least two 4050s.
Yeah, no, that was definitely one of the comments I gave her, to be fair, you want to be able to see either side of the walls along.
Along with that, I would recommend that the door has tempered glass windows in it.
Not a problem. I
think
agree
if you use a tempered glass door with two 4050 windows, I think you're going to get enough visibility in there.
I was looking, when I mentioned that to Amber, that was the size that I was looking at, or that I was mentioning to her, and if they need to be bigger, they need to be bigger.
Okay.
Is that the front that you're mentioning or the private?
I'm talking about this wall here, the wall that separates the lounge.
Okay.
The front is fine, the front storefront, this old storefront window. And I'm saying that is that, from a design standpoint, I'm trying to kind of have some windows that would relate to the storefront windows in a way, so it'd make it attractive space and still have that visibility that's
the
necessary
security.
for the police department. I mean, so they've got 40410, 48410, and a 4048. So there's two windows that don't match. So I'm saying
That's
405.
those are
If you
the
use a
existing-
4050, that's close enough, right?
Those are the existing windows of the building at the time my customer purchased the building, and so I had to show him for what they are.
Okay.
That's the reason why those windows are the way. And if you look at it, you have 4 different side windows. You have the 2 on the front, and then you got the 2 on the entrance. If you look at the sizes of those 2 windows, they're 2 different sizes.
Okay,
So it's
I
kinda
see.
like a
There are two
patch
different
front
sizes, so I'm
yeah.
trying to get one that's compatible. It's
Oh, yeah, no.
just suggesting it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and we're open to that. you know.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Jesus? Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you for your time.
Any other speakers on this item?
No other speakers.
Just as a comment about the use, I mean, the downtown needs more of different choices, especially after going to a restaurant, having a cigar, have a drink. You know, it needs a lot. It needs a lot. I'd like to see more entertainment, downtown entertainment. But in terms of use, I don't see any issue with the use, what the applicant is proposing here. But I do understand the concerns of the police department. So I'm trying to come up with a compromise here that I feel is workable. And that's why I had my conversation with the applicant about, you know, with the wall that acts like an enclosed space, and the police department wants visibility. They want to see what's going on back there. So I think, considering the storefront windows, the size of those, I'm thinking that if they could replicate the basic size of those windows and still be functional and see what goes on into the lounge area, I think that would, in my view, I would be comfortable with that. Any other concerns or comments from my fellow commissioners?
Yeah, and so I agree. I agree with what you just said, and I think that that's that would be really important. But in terms of the police chief's concerns about not having food on the premises, I just think that I'm not sure where that decision is coming from, and so I think if it continues through and there's still, even with some of these changes, if the police chief is still concerned about that, I feel like there should be some pushback around providing some information about where that would be a concern. I mean, if there's any any reports about other lounges where that's been a concern, or the criminal element around these types of lounges, I think that making a decision around that should be based on some data or some information that's provided. I just wonder if there is a clear understanding about these lounges. So that would, because I think that if we recommend that, Commissioner Huboy, and then we think, okay, we can satisfy them, there's still that other issue that it was actually stated in the report, that the police chief might still be concerned about. So I would like to see it passed on to the city council, and as Mr. Prado said, the police chief is there, and some of these questions can be raised at that time, and it could be, we can maybe even request before that if there is any research, some data around some of the, any criminal activity or excessive use of alcohol in these lounges, that then can be presented at that time as well.
Yeah, we could recommend this to the city council with our recommendations, and then they can have that conversation there.
Yes.
That would be a possible.
With the draft resolutions, we will also be working hopefully more closely with police, and also taking into consideration the things that were mentioned tonight and developing those more. The applicant is aware that they were a draft resolution, and they will also get to see the updated draft resolution before we take it to city council. And if we may, can we close the public hearing?
Oh.
Thank you.
December.
I will close the public hearing now at 14 minutes to 10. It could be, and I'm just speculating here from police chief, I appreciate his comments, and I want it to be safe too, but it could be from a common sense standpoint that, a food component would help for those who over imbibe and to have too much to drink. It would seem to me that would help the situation. But I know, for example, that there are bars that do not have a food component, and they seem to be functioning very well. In fact, I play guitar almost every Friday down at Bears Hideaway in San Juan Bautista. They serve wine and beer without any food there, and everybody's just real wonderful place. Wonderful place to go and have a nice conversation and enjoy each other and have a good time.
It'd be a good place to get a cigar after a planning commission meeting too.
And they have cigars there too. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think.
No, I mean,
yeah, no.
The downtown needs a little something.
I agree. It's interesting. Businesses like this are like kind of a destination business, right? I mean, there's not many of them, so people do seek out cigar lounges. And, I'm from the Chicago area, and these are pretty big because, what else can you do in the middle of January there, But I've never been to one where there's really bad, I mean, if you want someone to come in and buy a $40 cigar, it's got to look nice. It's got to feel nice. People need to feel good in there to do that.
Yeah.
And so there's also an economic engine, too, from the business that it'll be producing a tax for the city.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
just something to consider,
I think it could be successful, definitely.
From
So
this-
what is the pleasure of the commission here on this item? Which way are we going to go with it?
Sounds like some of the comments that were generated, to summarize it, if it is a recommendation that it goes to the city council, sounds like we would like for there to be at minimum 2 windows between the lounge area and the retail area on that wall that divides it. We would hopefully want some type of tempered glass.
Well, the applicant should revise the drawing, show the tempered glass door, the 2 405 windows, and eliminate the wall that separates the private lawn.
On the western side of the
Revise
private
floor
lounge
plan,
between.
And then we'll push
And-
it to the city council.
And then have staff reach out to the police department to provide findings in regards to what type of.
I'll make that as a motion.
Good.
That's my motion with that the applicant revise the floor plan, show the 2 405 windows, say that, that was a recommendation of the planning commission if it follows with the other commissioners on my motion, and eliminate the wall that separates the private lounge.
But I have a comment on your motion.
Okay.
I thought the applicant said that by law, the retail space has to be separate from the lounge area.
We are keeping.
2 different walls, one's the private lounge in the lounge, and then the retail in the lounge are 2 separate. There's a private lounge too.
It's the retail from the lounge. The private lounge. Yeah, it's the private lounge. It's just opening. It's just making the lounge area larger.
If I could just have you
Yes, sir.
continue your motion, get a second, and then discuss it.
What else do I
It
need
doesn't
to
have to
say
be.
about that motion that I made?
I mean, I think we can clarify what the original motion is before someone decides to second it, and I think that's okay.
Okay.
But it's me.
I guess the question was the wall, the private wall lounge is not separating a lounge from a retail area. It's just making the existing lounge area larger. We're going to retain the wall separation from the retail to the lounge, but we're going to, suggesting my motion is what I am recommending here is that the door is a tempered glass door, and with the addition of 2 4050 windows, that in that wall that demises the lounge from the retail area for visibility. The applicant revised his plans, and it would be subject to the discretion of the city council. They want to move forward with that. Is there anything I'm missing in my motion?
I just wanted to ask if you were clarifying to recommend an approval to the council from the commission in your
I'm
motion?
recommending
Or- okay.
approval.
Or just a determination?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
recommending approval with those revisions.
Perfect.
That's my motion. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Further discussion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Good luck with that.
Good luck with it, you guys.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I think that we're done with the items. Old business or new business?
We have some information to report, but we'll do it on planning department reports. So no new business.
Old business?
No old business either.
Planning department reports.
We do have a few things that we would like to report. One is that at the October 21st City Council meeting, the City Council adopted a ordinance, the second reading of the ordinance for a growth management ordinance. Essentially, you've seen it in the past, and we've discussed it here at the Planning Commission in the past. The ordinance indicates that there is a limit of 159 residential market rate units that would be allowed to be allocated per year within, and it's going to be in place through the update of the general plan, and it sunsets at once the update of the general plan is done, and it exempts affordable housing, it exempts multifamily housing, and special needs housing, amongst others. We do want to indicate that Governor Gavin Newsom recently adopted multiple laws, signed multiple laws into effect that will essentially take effect in January of 2020. It would probably be good to have maybe a state representative or somebody a little bit closer to the housing aspect of the law to maybe come and discuss a little bit more in depth of what these laws really mean for the state of California and for the jurisdictions. But just overall, a little bit of a summary. One of the laws, Senate Bill 330, essentially puts limits or requires that cities do not have growth management programs. So it kind of, in a way, may contradict what the City Council just adopted for the city. And so Senate Bill 330 is also known as the Housing Crisis Act of 2019. Essentially, that was discussed prior to taking a vote on October 21st by the council. The growth management ordinance was, the first reading was unanimously approved. Second reading was approved 4-1 because of this concern that came up. And so what staff suggested and recommended the City Council was that we move forward with the adoption of the growth management ordinance, and then we would package it and send it over to the State of California Housing and Community Development. We've been working with them for the past few years, reviewing draft growth management programs to make sure that we stay in conformance or in compliance with our housing element. Really important that we stay in compliance. Because of it, we receive a lot of grants, and not only the city receives grants, but also organizations throughout the city, such as Jóvenes de Antaño or the Food Bank. A lot of the times when they're going for competitive grants with the state requires that in order to be competitive, that the city has an adopted housing element. So it's really important to stay in compliance with them. So next steps, we'll be sending over the adopted resolution to the state to get comments and see if it is okay to continue to implement it, or if there's issues, concerns, provide that to us in writing, and they've done that in the past, and then we can address that to the city council to see if there's any types of changes that would need to be made, and then we'll discuss it at that point, and we'll be sure to bring that information to the Planning Commission as well. So that's SB 330. There's others, such as accessory dwelling units. There's laws that now make it more flexible for cities to allow for residents to be able to have accessory second dwelling units. For example, one of the laws would say that the city cannot require a minimum lot size. Currently, in order for us as a city of Hollister to allow somebody to put an accessory dwelling unit on their property, the minimum lot size has to be 6,750 square feet. starting January 1st, it sounds like that there's no longer going to be a minimum lot size. Anybody can come in as long as they have sufficient space to be able to put an accessory second dwelling unit. As long as the second part is that we can now require setbacks bigger than 4 feet. So as long as there's 4-foot setbacks or more, they're able to put an accessory dwelling unit on their property. Number 3 is that there are actually 2 accessory dwelling units are allowed per law, based on this new ordinance or state law that would begin at the beginning of January. Normally, right now, we allow for only 1, and that's only if the lot is at minimum 6,750 square feet. Most of our single-family lots are about 6,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet. There are those exceptions where they're a little bit larger lots, and so at that point, that's when the City of Hollister would allow for one. But now it seems that the state is taking that requirement from the cities. And right now we allow cannot be bigger than 850 square feet. State would allow it for it to be up to 1,200 square feet. So there's a few things. One of the biggest one is that right now the city charges impact fees for accessory dwelling units. I mean, impact fees for traffic, water, sewer, comes to about close to about 30,000 square feet per unit. It basically indicates no impact fees can be charged collected on units less than 750 square feet, and only 25% of normal impact fees can be charged collected if ADUs is greater than 750 square feet to 1,200 square feet. So that's another one that's also going to be taking effect at the beginning of the year. And another one is density bonuses. We've talked.
What was that bill?
That bill is this one is
For the ADU.
for the ADUs.
Is that part of 330?
Local requirement. So this one is amongst either I'll have to look at it specifically, but it's either AB 881, AB 68, SB 13, and AB 670. All of those are. It's all within those.
What was before 670?
It was SB 13.
330.
Yeah, and then SB 330.
Yep.
But before 670, it was SB 13.
SB 13?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Correct. You're welcome. And the other major one that is going to take effect right now, if there is an affordable housing project, the state allows for a density bonus. We've dealt with density bonuses on other projects here in the city. As it is right now, we're able to, if a project meets the density and they would like to have additional units, if they have affordable housing units, the state allows them to have a higher density. And right now, per our ordinance, it's basically the state ordinance, we allow for like up to 35% density bonus. That means that if a lot allows up to 10 units, if it meets all of the affordable housing requirements, it can have an additional 3.5 units, and affordable housing allows it to round up. So essentially, it can have an additional 4 units. The state is allowing now more flexibility on density bonuses up to 80%. So it's a lot higher. And so again, this is just based on a little bit of research that I've done. I kind of was kind of going back and forth, an email with Commissioner Roxanne, and she kind of requested that we set a little bit tonight. So based on a little bit of research that we've done, but it'd probably be good, not a bad idea to have maybe a state representative or somebody with a legal background to maybe discuss more in depth of all these changes that are being requested from the state of California at the beginning.
So we're going to have a legal expert.
No, I'm just saying we can potentially maybe have somebody come up and talk to either.
I would.
Yeah,
very much
see if we can
be
do
in favor
something
of
like that.
Because I was reading SB 330, and it's for what's quote unquote affected cities.
Right.
For like low vacancy and high rent. So
Right.
I don't know where we are.
We have
in
to look at
terms
all
of
that to see if we
threshold that says
qualify.
if we're an affected city or not.
Right. So that's just a
That's
little
one
bit of
thing.
a summary that we wanted to provide to you. In a personal note, my wife is about to have a baby at the beginning of November, so I'll probably be taking some family time to be with the family, being our baby number 3. And so we have 2 other little ones, a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old. So, so
Well,
she's
I'm
expected
glad
at
you
the
mentioned
beginning.
that, 'cause I was going to ask you about the general plan update, but so I'm not going to do that now.
Yeah. Well,
He just gave you his general plan.
Yeah. So you probably won't see me at the next planning commission
Well,
meeting, but
congratulations.
thank you.
That's
Thank
great.
you.
That's wonderful.
Thank you. And then, do we have another?
Yes, so I just wanted to briefly report, and I know we're late and no one's here, but to you guys, and then maybe you guys can let your constituents know and your circles know. But Amber and I are working on a Sustainable Communities grant from Caltrans that was awarded to the city. It's about $300,000, and what it is a planning grant, and we're doing a complete streets project for Buena Vista Road, Santa Ana Road, Meridian Street, and Memorial Drive. These are the entire corridors. So the Buena Vista Santa Ana is literally east to west across the entire city. And then Memorial is including the extension to Buena Vista, or to Santa Ana, excuse me, all the way to the southern city limits. So that's a complete north-south street design that we're working on. And then Memorial is from San Benito Street on the west all the way to just past Clearview Drive to the east at the city limits. And so what we're doing is a complete streets design, which is talking about not only future land use design with the community, but physical street design, bike lanes, multimodal, pedestrian, bike accessibility, traffic calming, all these things. And so that's what the grant is, and we're working with a consultant to design it. But what I wanted to announce was that the first week of November is our design week, so it's probably the most exciting part of the grant, but we're still in the beginning of the grant process. But Monday, November 4th is our second community workshop. We had a community workshop to introduce the grant to the community on August 7th. And so Monday, November 4th, it'll be at the Recreation Center on West Street from 6:30 p.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. That's the community workshop 2. And then starting on Tuesday, we'll have an open studio, and everything for the rest of the week will be here in City Hall at 375 5th Street. And so open studio from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Our design team will be here working, accessible, come whenever, leave whenever. It's not a 5-hour event. Like, you don't have to come at 2 and leave at 7. Come whenever you're available, off work, and talk to the design team. They'll be literally here working, designing, testing different solutions on the streets. And then we'll also have open studio again on Thursday from 2 to 7. So Tuesday, November 5th, Thursday, November 7th. The San Benito County Express bus system has offered free rides to the open studios on Tuesday and Thursday from 2 to 5. Their services close at 5, but you can call them for a bus. And I have a flyer. Our consultants are out on the streets. They've been out several days in the past couple of weeks, and they'll continue to be out in the next couple of weeks. They're flyering all of the neighborhoods and the streets and the homes. If they run into people, they're talking to them. And then, so back to the week, if you go back to Wednesday, November 6th, there'll be an evening open house, 6:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. And that's going to be kind of an evening time to summarize what the design team has done so far, showcase, images, maps, road designs, networks, things like that. Come for comment. And then on Friday, it'll be closed. The design team will be finalizing designs. And then Saturday, November 9th in the morning from 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. here again in City Hall will be the closing presentation, and we'll present the preferred design based on the community's input for each of the 4 corridors. And so it's super important that we get the community out. If you guys know people, email them, Facebook, get them out here. I'll shoot all 5 of you the flyer. And I just wanted to announce that that's what we're working on. It's pretty exciting. The grant process is going through till February of 2021, so we've got a ways to go. But at the end of it, what we're going to have is a complete streets program implementation and funding processes outlined in there, and ultimately we're hoping to get it adopted by the council. So it's a really cool opportunity that we have to plan these roads and any future development, or it'll also give us the opportunity to go after funding to implement. So please come, or have the community come.
I have a question about a complete street. Does that involve removing lanes?
It can involve road dieting, so yeah, removing lanes. There are traffic consultants on board doing tests, as well as all of the designers. So it's gonna be a technically sound, complete street plan with traffic calming, pedestrian, future land use proposals, and it's something that'll be super helpful as we go into the general plan as well, because we'll have a little bit more specifics on these really long corridors and community input on where they might want to see future commercial centers along the corridors and things like that, and what kind of development they want to preserve and where they might want to see development change along the corridors. And the policies that come out of this can be incorporated into the general plan. They'll be specific in this document, but they can be incorporated into the general plan to have policies that cover the whole city and all the streets in the city.
I've heard of this happening in LA area, and it's actually pretty controversial, and it's actually, you know, made congestion issues worse. I mean, we're not a big city, so we could probably get away with it here, but I'm just saying that it's not such a great thing in a lot of places that this has been tried.
Just to clarify, this would be a guiding document that has input from the majority of the city, and that we get asked a lot if this is a plan, and it's ultimately not. It's a guiding document, just like how our general plan is. So like Eva emphasized, we'd be able to use that to go after funding. This is kind of like step one in making things happen.
It's like a specific plan for streets.
Okay. Well, good luck with that, Eva. I really appreciate that.
Can I
Any
add?
other planning department reports? Amber?
Me, I'm sorry. I'll make it really brief. I just wanted to let you all know that we are still looking for trainings. We have the League of Cities. It is on my radar. I have it booked. I check in like every week to see when it's available. Right now there's an RFP out for speakers, so it's not available to sign up for. But I also want to let you know that we are trying to, with all of the new state bills that were signed in, it's so overwhelming that too is something that I am looking, and I'm sure Eva and Abraham are as well. There's not even like a YouTube video, for example, for like a short, quick diagnosis on things. So moving forward, if we do find those documents that are helpful or anything that we find as a resource, we'll be providing it to you as well. And that I just wanted to touch on, we are working on another grant, Eva and myself and the housing coordinator, Jamila Saka. We are working on an SB2 grant, and these are basically guaranteed funds from the state. For our jurisdiction, we're looking at $160,000, and what we are proposing at this time is to use those monies for an inclusionary housing ordinance. Updating our website, and then addressing pretty much all the things that you've heard Abraham talk about in regards to ADUs, and basically streamlining that and making it more accessible to the public. We're at that point now where there's kind of this expectation that somebody should pretty much be able to come in and take a plan off the shelf and be gone within 15 minutes. That's the expectations now of the planning division. So just to be aware of things that we're working on as well.
Good job with the grants.
Any other reports from planning department? Planning commissioner reports. Okay, well, I entertain a motion for adjournment.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned until November 21st. Thank you. Oh, you do?
I think it's from the forest.
If it's
I'm never in a building. I'm always at home.
Oh,
I'm never in the
I'm
building.
sorry. I'm sorry.